What's up, guys? How we doing? Yo! Yo! I'm feeling goofy. Yo, what up, Prezzo simp? That's the dude who fucking flew cheeks, right? Very drunk. I think I saw a clip of the just double cheeked up man. Flew more than cheeks? Oh man, did he hang brain? Did he go dong first? No kidding? Yeah, what up, thick women only? I recently was hack squatting and experienced sharp pain in the front of my leg, right below my knee. Now, when I bodyweight squat, just to feel it out, I feel a muscly stretching popping with a slight bit of pain. A sharp pain in the front of your leg? Just keep resting. I would probably rest that a minimum of a week. And then try to go through motions in the absence of any additional load and see how you feel. I don't actually know if this person's double cheeked up. I just remember watching that Prezzo guy, like drunkenly hobble into his bed once upon a time. What up, Alex? Good to see you, dude. So Trey, I would say just rest, man. That might be that you aggravated your patella tendon on some level. If it's just a sharp pain that wasn't accompanied with pops, then you're probably okay. But I wouldn't risk it, man. Knees are tricky, and it's very difficult to assess their health over like a message. I would just rest. I've never seen Prezzo stream, but he's very funny on Twitter. I see really funny tweets from Prezzo. So that'd be my recommendation to you, Trey. Resting's good. Rest is going to be more important than icing. Icing's really more for pain management or if you have a ton of swelling. Do you have a lot of swelling in the knee? If so, then that might be why it is you're feeling that stretch and that pop on the way down. That could just be the edema in the knee kind of like displacing. But if you have a legitimate issue, definitely go see yourself a physio and not a streamer. I have had a bevy of knee issues over the course of my time, and they're not something to fuck with. However, if you're just feeling a little bit of pain right now, if this was recent, like within the week, and you don't have like one water balloon, if you don't have like a watermelon knee, then you're probably okay. You might have just aggravated your patella tendon to some degree. I don't know if there's any tearing there. It's hard for me to diagnose it, but just be careful. Okay? Just be careful. It was good, did pull and did biceps. Let's go, baby. And hey, if you can get your lats to activate in the T-bar, that means you're killing it, man. Mazel tov. Mazel tov. Guys, I hope everyone's doing well today, man. I am feeling pretty loosey, pretty goosey, and pretty flippy floppy. I'm feeling like a big ol', just no swelling and no pop when it happened. Yeah, then you might just have aggravated a tendon. That's not uncommon. Especially with the patella tendon. When you're creating that kind of knee flexion, maybe it just fired in a way that was a bit uncomfortable. Yo, what up, sweet Selly?
There's no reason why a paladin can't make an oath to a fertility goddess. If that isn't the most WakeWilder character combo ever.
What? I would love to be a nice little sacrilege, paladin. That's funny. I'm in. 'Tis a floopy day, Dick Piston. That's the best porn name I've ever read. That's so cool. Dude, straight out of Detroit. It's almost a wrestling name. It's like too cool to just be like it's like your whole thing is you champion the automotive union. The union of automotive workers. That's you. What am I here to do? I'm here to point out how the man refuses to pay us fair, livable wages. And I want dental. That's Dick Piston. And how am I going to negotiate? Well, I only know it one way. That is such a cool name, though. kind of wish... Now, look, I'm glad I did what I did with my name. You know, just it kind of being my name. Because it's nice to not have another, like, an alias. It would be kind of cool if I went with, like, an aggressive, like machismo Sigma male porn name like Dick Piston. I feel like that would... You know how a lot of times people speculate, like, what you name your child kind of, like, frames who it is they become in a way? You know what I mean? I feel like I would have changed. Like, my stream would be goofier. If my name was Dick Piston... Yo, wait, you entering the 2023 WWE Royal Rumble? Can people just jump into that? What is the Royal Rumble? See, I don't think I can jump into that. So if I name my kid Big Dick Rick, look... You roll the dice. It's either very poignant or tragic. One of the two. Like how your parents named you after a funerary gathering and then orphaned. Yeah. They were like, he's going to be at a lot of wakes. Let's get him cozy in his domain. It could have been that I was, prophesized to be a wakeboarder or something. But no, it was like, let's be sure that this guy spends a lot of time at wakes. Have a good stream, yo. Hey, don't you fucking go anywhere. Nikolai? You sit. There was a nurse with the nickname Big Dick Ricky at one of the hospitals I worked at. Turns out he was just really difficult to be around. Average penis. Very mean. Was more of a warning. I think that's funny. Now that's comedy right there. You know? That's what we call misdirection in the biz. There was an Australian supercar driver called Dick Johnson. I think about it every day. Well, that's just tough. You know? I've got a few dicks in my family. Named Dick. Amon, what up, dude? Freshly got cheated on by my girl, feeling depressed and low right now? My guy. You want to know a cool thing? You got blocked by her everywhere? Perfect. Never speak to her again. There's literally no reason. Trey Live, thank you for the Prime, baby. If anyone's got a Prime, drop it here because we need it. Here's the thing. When someone cheats on you, that is a full demonstration of their capacity to be totally callous, indifferent, or outright morally bankrupt. We count that as a big old fucking W. We want nothing to do with people who have not just the capacity, but the willingness to cheat, right? We win. You won. You have evaded wasting more time with someone who's capable of that kind of emotional fucking betrayal. You won, my guy. Take a big deep breath. Recognize that it sucks that people aren't who we want them to be sometimes, or they're not who we anticipated them being. But that is a demonstration of character, man. Be glad that you got off that train, and be glad that they ruled themselves out for you. I think that's a massive W personally, man. Just sucks. But yeah, people don't cheat because you're not enough, by the way. People cheat because they're unhappy with themselves. People cheat because, in all likelihood, they have an insatiable need for, like, novel affirmation, right? They already have your affirmation, now they want someone else's. It is an unfillable void, right? Just an endless, constantly sinking void. It's like quicksand. No one person can give them that affirmation, you know? It just doesn't work that way. So, I think you won, man. Mazel tov. Sorry that you feel betrayed. And betrayal does suck, but no, most people aren't that way. Don't let this radicalize you, dude. Stay away from fucking incel forums and just know that if someone does, cheat on you, they are the exception. They aren't the rule. Most people don't cheat. The people who do are just emotionally fucking immature. They don't know how to be what they want to be, you know? And they're at odds with that. And that sucks, but you're not the problem. All right, big guy? I did not personally verify the name, but apparently he dated one of the ER nurses, and well, everyone found out. If she's happy, I'm happy. Boys with the CLM, man. Boys with the CLM. Yeah, no, the people who cheat are emotionally immature. They're looking for affirmation in anything but themselves, and no one person's ever enough. They're never enough. They just aren't. Dude, I want to do something with E-Rob soon. Thing is that he's like a dad who lives a normal life, and I am a degenerate fucking, fledgling streamer, just grasping at straws. But I want to hang with him. Did you guys hear this, by the way? Check this out. Who wants some bad political news to start the day? Look at this shit. GOP-backed bill in Oklahoma would fine drag performers up to $20,000 and have them face up to 2 years in jail for performing in front of a minor. They just, like, criminalized attire. Like, this is so hard to substantiate. It doesn't mean it's gonna make it. Like, this isn't gonna... This is, in all likelihood, just political posturing, right? It's all it is, because I think that the Republican Party recognizes that they rely on single-issue voters to sustain themselves, and so they have to create a great deal of moral panic surrounding the possibility of, trans identity being this, like, virus that the left is trying to infect individuals with, right? And so they have to push this because they know that they don't have a platform that champions anything that any of their actual voter base votes for outside of religious panic, right? But like drag performers, it's just like you realize how hard it is to identify who, like, it's not that it's hard to identify. Like, we kind of, when we say drag performer, we kind of know all the tropes that you'd be looking to, but to what extent now is this just like an arbitrage of like how people are dressing is now being policed, Like, no, men wear men's stuff. Trans community is not the drag community. It isn't, Thick. You're absolutely right. However, that is exactly the correlation they want to draw. It's a panic around trans identity and this idea of, like, forced conversion that they're running with, right? It's so funny. Yes, Trump and Giuliani did do drag in the 90s for a commercial. Soda Poppin' did drag today at 20 grand. Fine him. In the state of Oklahoma, he's fucking done. But it's just funny, because, like, this is such tenuous language. This will never make it through, right? There's no way. The whole point is just to, make this a pillar of why it is you vote right. That's it. Panic around the possibility of there being this widespread campaign to turn all your little boys into girls. That's all they got. It's all they got now. And a Red Scare propaganda that they haven't even recycled since 1980. It's so funny. Depends what kind of drag. If dress covers privates in a decent way, why not? But what the fuck, Crunchy? How is that even a fucking point of discourse? If not, it's indecent exposure. Like, well, yeah, it's a different crime. Being in women's fucking clothing, and the majority of drag performance are done in like fucking like extravagant gowns and shit. Like, yeah. What about this is sexual? I wear less clothes. It's that they're panicked by fluid gender identity. That's it. Exactly, Robo Wizard. That's not even a point of consideration. It's just grifting. No one would let a fucking adult go into a fucking library and like fucking have like half a nut hanging out of their fucking G-string. Yes. But it's a panic around gender identity in this, perceived assault on masculinity. It's not even perceived, it's fictional. But yeah, I mean, like, dude, if they have, like, fucking, just a puby fucking testicle hanging out, doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter if you're in drag or in, the fucking suspenders in slacks. That's a crime. We don't need new crimes for it. So wait, the bill compared drag performers to strippers and topless dancers. Someone's never been to... Wait, okay, hold on. Defining drag queen as... Okay, so the bill defined it. Male or female performer who adopts flamboyant or parodic feminine persona with glamorous or exaggerated costumes and makeup. So male or female. This is interesting because Now this is even broader. This could quite literally define any performance at this point. Musical, theatrical. This is bizarre. So now their panic is with a flamboyant feminine persona. With glamorous or exaggerated costumes. It's like Beauty and the Beast would be that. What even is this? Feminine. I mean, like, it could be literally, like, think about, like, any recent female performer that does similar, like, that's the majority of pop music. This is just policing attire. This is so moronic. It's got to be fundamentally unconstitutional. There's no way. One activist on Twitter also suggests that the wording may criminalize a woman displaying a feminine persona. Yeah, like, this just feels like fucking borderline Amish fucking puritanical shit. Like, we're gonna get to covering the ankles here shortly, you know? Like, this will never make it through. This is all just about signaling to the right that they are, championing the rights of children to not be infected. Nothing else going on in Ohio that needs... This is Oklahoma. This is so funny, man. Well, clearly nothing in the bill says that those are being banned. Just making sure that they're done in a location where it's intended. Yeah, but even still, I get it. I think it really comes to some of those boundaries. We have a lot of laws in the books that prohibit certain activities in public spaces. Yeah, so it's not banning anything in public spaces to their credit. I think it only has to do with, like, a library or school. But, like, the language is bizarre, and the precedent it sets for legislation's really odd, in that, like, it's literally about, not about indecent clothing. It's about, like, femininity and glamour, which is not criminal. This is a very strange thing to start to moralize. Like, the degree to which someone appears to be or performs femininity. I appreciate male or female performer, though. I think as long as people are dressed non-sexually, there's zero issues. We need to accept one another. Yeah. I mean, let me tell you something, dude, man. I think that an even better world is one that doesn't implicitly make scandalous the concept of scantily clad people, you know? I think that we're so weirdly puritanical about nudity in the human body that I just don't get it. Problem defines sexual? Well, yeah, that's why I don't really stand beside the, like, sexual isn't really a good word there. And that's why, again, but let's also define feminine. Let's define flamboyant. Let's define glamorous. This is just, like, it's way too subjective in what would be, put within that. Drag shows can get raunchy. Do you remember when you saved someone from being banned? That wasn't even drag, though. And do you think that they're doing that to kindergartners, Brazil? Like, do you think that's happening? Do you think that they're going cheeks out when they go and they read children's books to kindergartners? Like, do you think that that's happening realistically? The point is that this legislation is unnecessary. This legislation stands only to that. That would already be a crime. It doesn't matter. That would be indecent exposure. That would already be a crime. They don't need any additional legislation. This is only there to signal to their voter base that this is absolutely endemic and that they must immediately address the very immediate concern of trans and feminine expression. And it is fucking heinous. It is strictly there to insist upon and validate the existing moral panic surrounding gender identity and how we perform it. That's it. Have you seen the video of a school giving dildos to children so they can learn about gay sex ed? Yeah, I'd call that fucking... look, if they're doing that to fucking kindergartners, I think that's wildly inappropriate. Of course it is. I haven't seen a video of that, but if you have something there, show it to me. Like, of course there are, like, that's just not even, like, an age-appropriate rhetoric, I'd imagine. Like, I think at that point, up until the time you're, like, pubescent, most of sex education should lay on the parents. And then I think it's absolutely essential that, with the, preeminence of puberty, we have systemic education on sexuality, including gay and trans issues, because those are relevant identities for people to have information about. People are trans, people are homosexual, people are bisexual. It's important that that exists. But if you have actual fact, if you have anything to present to me, Sasha, of that happening, I would like to look at it. If the kids are teenagers, I think that makes total sense. Middle school, they demonstrate using condoms on cucumbers? Yes. At what age? EU does that stuff in the 8th grade. Sex ed's freaking important. Yeah, I think that middle school's fine. I don't take any issue with that. I was looking at rampant pornography by the time I was like 12. That is not indoctrination. Thoughts on kids transitioning before puberty? Absolutely okay. I think that, again, it should be something that is confirmed and actively reviewed by specialists, psychological specialists who understand it. I think it was this one. Okay, let me look at this. So what is this?
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper.
I don't want to pull this up. Proof of perversion in schools. Where's the proof? I don't want to listen to her do a bunch of ads. Okay, F.W. Parker, Dean of Students, brags about bringing LGBTQ Health Center to teach queer sex to minors. Minors? This is Francis W. Parker School? Minors is like, yeah, this is totally fine. What? As long as they're not children. If they're pubescent, I think it's totally fine to teach them about sex. Let me see. So what was the name of that school? So I can look into this. Francis W. Parker. Let's see. That is an independent school that goes pre-K through 12th grade. So in all likelihood, this is something that was given to high schoolers. Do they confirm that anywhere? Let me look. It's associated with Project Veritas. But here's the issue, Sasha, is that because of the very puritanical bent that a lot of families have towards sex, if we don't institute public education surrounding it, it is not going to be spoken on in any kind of meaningful or let's say like productive way in the majority of homes, which would lead to a fucking endemic, just an absolute fucking maelstrom of sexual health and reproductive issues that we don't want to see.
Center come in. They were passing around butt plugs and dildos to my students, talking about queer sex, using lube versus using spit. You what? They're like, how does it?
That's so normal if these are pubescent kids. If they are teenagers, I'd say anywhere from 13 on, totally relevant. People are having sex at that age and it should be talked about.
How do we do, like, how does this work?
And it's a butt plug. They didn't even say dildos. I don't see why any of this is problematic. This is relevant to people who are having sex. Gay people do have sex. These things do matter. I don't know why it is you think that gay individuals should not be taught about sex when they're also the ones who seem to be most prone to sexually transmitted infections based on what the sex involves historically. There are more health concerns and more relevant instruction to be given. And straight people do butt stuff as well, but I mean, like, if you are talking to, like, trust me, dude, 13-year-old gay dudes are also going to be having sex at some point, and they should be armed with necessary knowledge.
It's a really, like, cool part of my job.
Parents might be stunned to learn that Bruno's version of love and acceptance means handing out sex toys to underage students.
So the dean for
underage is what, though?
4 years. And we had a drag queen come in,
I'm glad you're there.
pass out cookies. And
What's wrong with drag queens bringing treats and reading a book? I'm curious what those events actually entail. Are these drag queens that are giving out books and then being like, this is what I enjoy sexually? You know? Like, are they even really talking about their identity, or are these just people who like performing and, like, doing good for their community? And you guys want to essentially regulate who can be a good Samaritan based on whether or not they align with your very arbitrary moral, pillars. It's so odd.
brownies
Why aren't they specifying an age? Exactly, Zen.
and do photos. And
Yeah, do they get dressed, read books, and then talk about what a drag queen is and why it is they do what they do and what it is they enjoy sexually? No. It's just having someone show up in goofy, hyper-feminized attire and reading a book and giving kids cookies. This is so stupid.
And everybody's cool with that, like the butt plugs and the dildos. Nobody complains.
no,
I mean, if the parents found out, would they?
no, it's queer sex.
Project Veritas reporters are like the saviors of our society at this point.
God, who the fuck is this chick? She's like, it looks like they put like Steven Crowder through like AI, you know? Oddly enough. I don't just say that because of her politics. Actually, it looks like Shapiro. This looks like Shapiro. What the fuck?
They go undercover, they sit in front of these.
Why does she have a Shapiro face? That's insane. Shapiro's like, people are not taking me seriously enough because men are oppressed and their voices are silenced. Masculinity is under attack, and the only way to beat them is to join them. I'm going undercover. Let's see. She kind of looks like a female Ben Shapiro. Isn't it nuts, man? This is not his daughter. Ben Shapiro prefers to watch. If that's Shapiro's sister, we'd know from her monster milkers. Trust me, we know this isn't Abby Shapiro. But it is pretty close. I also hate this, man. Detransitioners are trying to warn us. It's like, yeah, man, there are certain people who transition, I think, in positions that they probably shouldn't have transitioned in on like a personal level. Maybe that it was meant to be this like kind of like cure-all evolution for them at a certain point in their lives, and they realized that it wasn't, or that there were other issues that were more eminent that weren't being addressed, or perhaps it was that they transitioned, did not feel the acceptance they were hoping for, and then regretted the process, right? But you should not be leveraging the very rare case of detransitioners being the essential exception, the rule, as opposed to the exception. Have you seen the Pfizer interview by Project Veritas? No, I haven't even looked into Project Veritas, dude. What even is this? I already know it's fucking bullshit, because it's called Project Veritas. Like, we go for the truth. Now trending number 5. Directed evolution? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no! Yeah, okay, did we address this well enough? Why this bill is absolute... Shut the fuck up. Is absolute fucking hot air and built strictly to essentially cement the, to reify this paranoia around trans identity that the right is essentially using as like their single issue, like, you know, voter attraction. That's all it is. That's all it fucking is. This is gonna get juicy when you see the interview. Which interview? Basic question, who is allowed to do sex ed in schools, and what is the scope of the topics allowed to be covered? I mean, I think that the people who should be... I think that there should be sex education professionals giving... Like, I don't know why that's not something that's more actively, you know, sought after and curated. There should be professionals who are trained in that discourse giving comprehensive instruction on how to have safe and fulfilling sex for people of all gender identities and sexual preferences, because they're all likely present in the room. They became heroes on the right after shutting down a democratic voter registration system. Interesting. Yes, instruction. 100%. That's the whole point of sex education. I think that sex education in elementary school should predominantly concern itself with the realities of puberty, but we talked a lot about sex and safe sex even in the 4th grade, I recall. And I was fortunate to have that. I don't know what people are afraid of. What do you think is going to happen if we communicate queer issues to straight students? Like, what do we think is going to happen? Are you afraid that it's going to turn people gay? That's not how that works, my guy. That's not how that works. If it piques your interest, you know, maybe it's okay. Biology teacher did it in our school. We learned about everything from sexual identities to foreplay and what happens in your body during arousal, sex hormones, pregnancy. Yep, more or less. Don't do it or you're going to hell. And what a massive disservice that is to everyone, you know? It's impossible. Yes, 100%. That's why the school's significant in that regard. I think the fear is improper education for unqualified people, which is why we should probably actively try to curate the best possible instruction for these sensitive issues. But that would require purpose and government money towards something that, while super important, is absolutely in opposition to everything that the obstructionist right stands for, which is mainly never spending money on anything other than corporate subsidies and pretending sex and sexual identity and all the nuances therein aren't real, you know? They don't want that. In middle school, we had a presentation from a Christian group about how they call condoms because they are con and dumb. You know, I don't know why they would want to do that rather than just be like, condoms do this and then do the abstinence talk, rather than being like, condoms are stupid. You just shouldn't have sex. Be like, condoms work, but you shouldn't use them because you shouldn't have sex. I'd at least rather them do that if they were going to, right? Exactly. Funding schools should be one of U.S.'s biggest expenses. Yes, that's almost, I am a borderline single issue voter when it comes to that, man. Like, I would actually be hard pressed if there was like a presidential and like, or like a Senate candidate that was like pretty fucking far right, but was saying he wanted to just pummel money into totally restructuring and refining. Then again, it would be to Republican sensibility, so I'd probably still be like, fuck you. But my God, would that be compelling? If people were actually serious about providing the necessary funding to ensure not only that you have qualified professionals, but a totally revised and you know, optimized curriculum. Oh, man. If only. As a GigaChad, can you confirm condoms do work? Condoms, they do work. They do work. Doesn't mean they're fun. Don't love condoms. But they work, man. They just, kind of suck. But they're great. No, conservatism thrives on the uneducated. Precisely. Not just conservatism, capitalism in many ways. What better than essentially a docile, uninformed, and perpetually preoccupied workforce? You know, toiling in perpetuity under the imperatives of labor, you know? Thoughts on Plan B failing for E-Rob? Dude, that was actually my best friend. My best friend was a Plan B failure. Sometimes life just be that way. That is kind of funny, though. But here's the other thing. It's not an L. That was the only true W. The L would have been the Plan B working for E-Rob, as far as I'm concerned, man. That dude needed a kid. Which is an odd thing. The kids do not solve your problems, but for E-Rob, they definitely forced him to look at it. You know what I mean? Take 5%. Yes, it doesn't even have to be much. So they're like so little. Yo, what up, Diesel? Diesel? Bonjour, Diesel. 2 negatives make a positive. LLW. Nah, man. That's awesome. They can raise the estate tax from 0 to 10% on estates 5 to 25 and pay for... Dude, there's so much that they could do. Also, imagine if they actually, like, raised, like, a substantial land tax for people who are just sitting on land that they're not actively filling. It would discourage fucking, you know, landlording as an enterprise, which would be fucking awesome. And simultaneously bring with it a ton of very legitimate value. Like, very much, like, a ton of tax revenue or, you know, sold homes. But it's not going to happen. Educated people are good for capitalism. Smarter people produce more. That's not what they want, though. Smarter people don't actually produce more. In fact, if we look at actual, like, intellectual individuals who are inquiring and not just doing as they're told, they don't do that. They typically challenge the status quo and then get silenced. They don't do that. You want people to replicate existing successes, which is what capitalism does best. Capitalism is a system of replication, with very moderate to almost non-existent innovation, most innovation happening in the public sector. What do you think of IVF designer babies? No, I think it's radically unethical. I think that's a fucking nightmare. I think that's horrifying. Because that's going to be a financial privilege, and it's going to create this radical chasm between the rich and the poor. What do you think the best political system to adopt is? Political system? Best is kind of like, what's the best presently versus what's the best generally? I don't think we have a political system issue. I think we have an electoral process issue, more than anything. Educated people are good for... okay, he hasn't responded. I think that we have an electoral process issue. I think that the entire concept of campaigning should be eviscerated. I think that we should have essentially like standardized resources and pamphlets on the platforms of individuals, their qualifications, where they've come from, and maybe like one speech that they all get. But either way, I think that all candidates should be actively incorporated in the debates, and I think that we should eliminate these like institutional party kind of like paradigms that make it such that wealth is essentially what guarantees your candidacy. Lobbying, any actual corporate input into political process should be absolutely eviscerated, and we should have ranked choice voting integrated so that third parties have legitimate fighting shots at being viable candidates. I think that that's bar none the single most efficient thing we could do. So not everyone deserves a vote? What? Did I say that? Everyone should vote. What do you mean? I'm saying that campaigning shouldn't be a thing. Everyone should be provided, there should be massive caps on at least campaign expenditures, like somewhere like a few $1,000s. And it should mostly just be about like whatever kind of like clerical paperwork you have to provide. Politics are a spectrum of ideologies. There isn't really one best form of... No, but there are bad ones. There are very bad political systems. I think a janitor is equal value as a doctor. Keep sanitary is important. I don't know what that sentence means, but I agree with you on a lot of levels. I don't know if we will make it. This ain't Starfleet. Oh, multi-planet species? Who said that? I get called a commie weirdo when I say we'll eventually be a multi-planet species, so a one-world government is inevitable and nationalism is stupid and short-sighted. Even if we never become a multi-planet species, nationalism is stupid and short-sighted. And we'd be far more productive in a collectivist kind of capacity, without a doubt. And the only reason we choose to do so is so we can continue to exploit from populaces whilst feeling essentially justified in our exploitation. That's it. You want your own planet? Oh, you gotta be a fucking Mormon then, man. You get one when you die, if you're a good Mormon. Did you know that? You gotta convert, Zen. It's waiting for you. Yeah, everyone gets a planet when they die in the Mormon faith. Pretty sick. No shot until the aliens invade. It's that or dying on this rotting rock in a few thousand years. I mean, we'll eventually be multiplanetary as long as we don't die. You know, as long as we outpace the decay of our planet. You know. Who would handle that responsibility? What, of owning the planet or becoming a one world government of sorts? It's a whole ass planet. It'd be in the same way we have think about how not all the states are we don't have a single the federal government is more of an overseeing fixture, and then there are ways in which we kind of federalize within that, right? States have independent governances, things of that nature, but it's all under one unified cooperative effort, you know? Looks like I'm going to be the Handmaid's Tales cosplay earlier than I planned, Brage. They discovered a new ocean below the ocean with new underwater species? No, what? No, the Mormon thing, not the world government. God is, I guess, omniscient, so he'd be able to kind of, partition who gets what planet. I just feel bad for the people who get, Venus, just talking about our solar system, right? Do we want that? Do people really want to be in, a gas giant? Like Jupiter? Is Jupiter a gas giant? It is, isn't it? Venus is hot. Also, why am I alone on this planet? Its atmosphere is livable. You should have to stay above the clouds. There we go. Did I hear you say that you haven't been eating cheese? I haven't had cheese in a long time, man. Like a long time. Which religion confirms to me that when I die I cease to exist in any form? I want that religion. That's just no religion. That's just like more of an agnostic to atheistic view, I'd say. Directed evolution is at 87k tweets. What? What does it even mean? Do we even want to look at it? Here, yeah, we'll check it out. Let me load up my Twitter and get through all the porn. Where is it? I don't even see it in my trending. There's evolution, but God directed it, which is kind of funny cope. Why wouldn't he have just done it right the first time? But I get it. You can't really make sense of God. I just think that when you think about, like, the very, like, Christian, like, paradigm of God as this, like, human figure who's just, like, making shit. Ugh. They need 2 eyes. Like, why? Because I look like that. Why do you look like that? It's the best way to look. According to who? Me. Okay. Kind of odd. But I get it. If you could live anywhere in the world, where would you choose to live? Right now, I'm thinking I want to go to Tokyo for a while. That's my big oomph. God is probably the sun? I think that's a very heliocentric idea there, man. I think God is, I think God is everything. I think that God is matter. If there's a God, it is matter. That's what I think. You know what's terrifying? This is trending in the S&P 500. 4 million views and still flying. We launched this video only 5 hours ago. This is the power of Twitter. This is the power of citizen journalism. Oh, God, no.
First point is like, why don't we just mutate it ourselves so we could create unbelievably.
Pfizer ultimately is thinking about mutating COVID?
Well, that is not what we say to the public. No, don't tell anyone this. You probably shouldn't tell anyone. You probably shouldn't tell anyone. Okay? We're exploring, like, now, you know how the virus keeps mutating?
Yeah.
Well, one of the things we're exploring is like, why don't we just mutate it ourselves?
That would make some sense.
We could create unbelievably develop new vaccines, right? So we have to do that. If we're going to do that, though, there's a risk of, like, as you could imagine, no one wants to be having a pharma company mutating viruses. To be, like, very controlled to make sure. That this virus that you mutate doesn't create something like, you know, it goes everywhere.
Something crazy.
Is the way that the virus started and moving on. To be honest, like it makes no.
This is just a dude fucking rambling. Who is he? Why are they championing this as like a triumph of citizen journalism? It's just some dude having drinks.
Because this virus popped out of nowhere. Like,
yeah, I know.
Meet Jordan Tristan Walker.
Okay, here we go.
Director of Research and Development Strategic Operations and mRNA Scientific Planning at Pfizer.
It sounds like gain of function.
Oh, are you serious? This fucking asshat wields a position of that much authority and he's just getting drunk with some rando? It's spouting fucking... What? That's so fucking funny.
I don't know, it's a little bit different. I think it's different. It's like, it's definitely not gain of function.
It sounds like it is. I mean, it's okay.
No, directed evolution is very different.
It's a hidden cam, I think? Of course it is. I just think it's funny that this fucking dude is just rambling.
You're not supposed to do gain of function research with the viruses, like,
yeah.
They recommend not. But you do, like, these, like, selected directional mutations to try to see if you can make more potent.
Yeah.
So there is research on, like,
what are your thoughts on working out 7 days a week? I don't know. I don't agree with it. Unless one of those days or 2 of those days is like active rest cardio or something, like just like low intensity, no.
About that, I don't know how that's gonna work. There not be any more outbreaks, because like Jesus Christ.
The gentleman seems to have absolutely...
Oh, this fucking cunt. Robert fucking Malone.
Absolutely.
The dude who they just championed is like the de facto, the de facto, like fucking creator of mRNA research. when he's like a part of like a fucking multiple hundreds of people team, and understanding his actual contributions is just so, it's just such a shot in the fucking dark.
No moral compass at all.
I think a revolving door for all government officials. It's pretty good for the industry, to be honest.
Yeah.
What's good for the industry?
It's bad for everyone else in America.
Why is it bad for everybody else?
Because if the regulators who have to approve our drugs know that once they stop being regulated, they want to go work for the company, then I am.
For everybody else.
Because if the regulators who have to approve our drugs know that once they stop being regulated, they want to go work for the company, then I am be as hard for the company. They were doing their job.
If this is the quality of individuals within Pfizer that are making these huge decisions that risk global public health, it's profoundly corrupt.
I mean, he's essentially speaking on the optics of trying to best understand the virus and the science that would likely be implicated in that process, and how people, generally speaking, would panic around it, which is what's happening, right? That's why you don't know how it's good for the industry. Your interpretations are too political. Wait, what? What am I doing, Zoom? What did I even say? I'm like actively commenting, and then I'm learning as I go.
What is Pfizer doing, I guess, to optimize, you know, the vaccines now?
Oh, we actually have a meeting about that today, so there's a lot.
Really?
They're doing, I don't know if I should say this.
You
Our
should.
undercover journalist asked Walker how Pfizer is handling the fact that their COVID vaccines are ineffective against virus variants.
It'll be too much typing on my end. I'm like listening to this. I indulge you guys so fucking much, man. Everyone who's just so fundamentally like anti anything that's of established order. You guys will take any fucking blogspot article as fact that I actually fucking read them to give you any semblance of receptivity. It's just so dumb.
What he said is disturbing. Listen to this.
We're exploring, like, now, you know how the virus keeps mutating?
Yeah.
Well, one of the things we're exploring is, like, why don't we just mutate it ourselves so we could create undoubtedly develop new vaccines, right? So we have to do that. If we're going to do that, though, there's a risk of, like, as you could imagine, no one wants to be having a pharma company mutating viruses.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we're like, do we want to do this? So that's, like, one of the things we're considering.
Okay.
For, like, the future, like, maybe we can, like, create new versions of the vaccines and things like that.
Okay, so Pfizer ultimately...
This convo is a huge red flag. What's the red flag? It's like indulging very legitimate disinformation that you should be talking about, I think, personally.
is thinking about mutating COVID?
Well, that is not what we say.
There's likely context removed 150%. There's almost no way, unless we get like the full video, I think it's total shit. Wait, did you see this? What is it? Let me see. Your Rage. Urgent. Joshua 25 streamer. Oh yeah, wait, these are always funny. Paralyzed from legs down, following severe convulsions, seizures. Can no longer stream, upload, workout, drive a car, requires full-time caregiver. I'm a prisoner in my own home. Can we find guy on LinkedIn? Which one? Joshua Tristan Walker? Yeah, probably. What? Jordan, never mind, Jordan. I fucked up. Let's look up Jordan Walker. Pfizer. Let's see what this is here on Facebook. Okay, that's not the guy. Can we even confirm that this guy works for Pfizer? Internal Pfizer docs. So this is like an internal thing, but nothing confirms it. I imagine he'd be on LinkedIn. I mean, it's not like I'm going to say that it's totally invalid in the event that he's not, you know? Reports to Shuang Sarah Wu. Let's see if that's a thing. See, this person is all over LinkedIn. Yeah, like you could see like a ton of literature, or a ton of, yeah, this is so interesting, because like, you could find this chick on this website, Weeza or whatever. This is odd. I mean, I imagine this person probably does work there, but that or they immediately just like scrub this dude. Which would be like, you know, that'd be the conspiratorial response anyway, right? Used to be more jacked looking, you've been slacking? Nah, I mean, I'm actually stronger than I've been in a while. Google is censoring this topic. I found this on Google. It's kind of funny. Let's see if the conspiracy Reddit say anything here. Yeah, I can't find this guy. Interesting. Alright, we'll keep looking at the content provided. He's already wiped his LinkedIn, they say. Can't find anything about him, though. It's so interesting that this dude just fucking blabbed. Alright, let's keep watching and see what he says.
No. That's why it was a thought that came up in a meeting, and we were like, why do we... Like, imagine no one wants to be having a pharma company mutating fucking viruses.
Don't mutate the fucking virus.
Do we want to do this? So that's like one of the things we're considering.
Okay.
But I imagine the idea would be to mutate it such that it's not as severe, or would be like, you know, mutating in the direction of being, you know, largely asymptomatic or something. I mean, I don't see why that's like something you totally take off the table, personally.
Future, like maybe we can like create new versions of the vaccines and things like that.
Okay, so Pfizer ultimately is thinking about mutating COVID?
Well, that is not what we say to the public. No. That's why it was a thought that came up in a meeting.
Well, he's not even saying they're doing it.
Why do we not? It was like, we're going to consider that. There'll be more discussions.
So yeah, they're not. He's not even saying that they were going to do that.
Actually, right? We're like, wait a minute, like people won't like that.
That's right. It appears that Pfizer is internally discussing.
That's literally just them discussing, like, essentially the limitations of like scientific receptivity. You know,
Discussing the possibility of mutating
that they are not going to hear anything beyond mutate and
the
panic.
COVID virus themselves in order to tailor a vaccine to sell to the public. Listen to Walker describe in detail just how they would conduct such a scientific experiment, first in living animals.
So the way that we're...
Miz makes him look like a pen. Miz has gotten really strong, dude. He looks great. I don't have a lot of like personal ego attached to like my identity isn't really bound to being like a muscular dude. I just like training and I know a few things and I like helping people where I could. That's all I do here, man. Like if Miz gets more yoked than I am, then I've done a good job helping him get jacked with whatever insights or dietary assistance I can give him. Like same with anyone, Lakari, etc. I just don't care. I'm here to be more or less whatever it is. I'm here to be like a beacon of whatever wisdom or insights or information I can be, and then I, recognize that I'm not always going to be the very best or the very biggest or the very strongest. I think that the problem is like getting obsessively bound to like being the most yoked. I just don't fucking care. I train as hard as I can to develop as much as I can, and not every body responds the same way. So who cares? I don't think you look less jacked than before. I also don't care. Like, I really don't, man. That's not, like, why I don't show up to be the most jacked person. We all ebb and flow. Like, I'm not always going to be at the very, like, peak of my personal performance. I never skip a day, though. I don't think I've skipped a day in the gym, really, since Camp Canute. Sometimes you just in a maintenance phase. I don't really care. Like I like lifting weights, man. And I love sharing whatever insight I can into how to do it most effectively. And like, dude, if Miz gets more yoked, that's sick. Like, I'm really happy with where my physique is. I don't really I like how I feel every day. I'm light. I feel agile. I'm not over encumbered by food. My joints feel good. I train hard, and I feel healthy. Like the mind-body, symbiosis of it all is very well tended to, and like it's kind of why I do it, man.
Think about it. Don't tell anyone this. You gotta probably don't tell. You gotta probably don't tell anyone. Okay, bro. So the way it would work is like we put them in the virus in these monkeys.
Okay.
And then we successively like cause them to keep infecting each other. And we collect serial samples from them, and then the ones that are more infectious, like the virus, we'll put them in another monkey and you just constantly actively mutate it. That's one way. Okay. Or you can even do like directed like simulation, which like we tend not to prefer. And then you just sample what the different proteins on the surface of the virus look like over time.
This is just kind of interesting.
Okay. So then you can see the mutation, and you can kind of force it to mutate in a certain way you want.
They didn't use monkeys for testing? What do you mean?
Okay. But you have to be like very controlled to make sure that this virus that you mutate doesn't create something that goes everywhere.
He's talking about ways they could mutate a virus. Like proposed ways. But he's not saying that they're doing that. He, in fact, said that they couldn't do it. If we're taking anything he says here as fact, you know what I mean?
Something crazy.
Is the way that the virus started and moving on. To be honest, it makes no sense if this virus popped out of nowhere.
Yeah, I know.
COVID virus experimentation on live monkey.
Oh, we absolutely live under capitalism, though. What do you mean? What's your take?
This is unethical, to say the least, and Walker describes those experiments as if they are ongoing and not simply...
No, he was talking about what they would do if they were to start mutating the virus. I'm pretty sure, right? Like, they cut it out of context here.
Detail just how they would conduct such a science.
Yeah, just how they would. This is, like, really this is totally misconstrued. He was saying this is something we thought about. We don't report that to the public because we don't report everything we think about to the public. This is something we've thought about doing to potentially mutate a virus and see if we could get, let's say, like a less infectious or less severe version of the virus over time.
Scientific experiment. First,
or a way of like better understanding it, correct?
In living animals.
So the way that we're thinking about it, don't tell anyone this. You gotta probably show.
I mean, we haven't lived under true capitalism maybe ever. But I see what you're saying, Jesus. I mean, like, if you're talking about, like, a true, like, libertarian, super free market kind of capitalism, yeah, we haven't had that, like... Have we ever really had that? I'm not sure that that's ever actually been, because, that would have led to... That would also mean, like, in many ways... To what extent would we be able to have, like, any kind of, like, true... federal system or service in that regard? Wouldn't that be, like, kind of counter that? I mean, like, colonial times, no. We were still actively paying taxes and having things, like, tended to and given to us in that regard. There's still like mixed economy kind of elements of that. I'm not sure if that's the case. People talk about the 250 plus vaccines that did make it out of trial either way. They act like they gave us the first shit they threw at the wall. Yeah, it's insane. I mean, it's because of this kind of disingenuous cutting, right? This dude is talking about how they would. He even says that, but they're taking this as that's what they're doing, which is not the case.
Okay, bro. So, the way it would work is like we put them in the virus in these monkeys,
Okay.
and then we successively like cause them to keep infecting each other. How we look like, or to be honest, like it makes no
He's just telling people how viruses mutate and how they would replicate that.
sense if these viruses pop out of nowhere. Like,
Describes those experiments as if they are ongoing and not simply a hypothetical discussion.
So,
Why are all these choppy cuts? Because they're trying to be disingenuous, obviously.
I mean, when is Pfizer going to implement the mutation of all these viruses?
Colonial tax is 1%. Is that true that it was literally just 1% across the board? I mean, I wouldn't doubt it in some ways, but again, it was enough to where people said, fuck that. There was outright protest to it. But again, that still was not true capitalism. Like, true capitalism is a weird kind of fiction in some ways. Like a true unfettered free market, I mean, like, that would involve a ton of intervention regardless. But we definitely have, like, you know, elements of free market capitalism at present.
it depends on how the experiments work out, because this is just like something
It depends on how the experiments work out, because this is just, like, something we're trying, right?
It sounds like gain of function to me.
I don't know, it's a little bit different. I think it's different. It's like it's definitely not gain of function.
Sounds like it is. I mean, it's okay.
1% protests? Well, wasn't the idea about, like, no taxation without representation anyway? Like, let's see, tax rates, colonial, America. So, let's see, Independence Day, taxfoundation.org. Let's see. Let's learn more about this. I imagine there was a lot more income tax, as that seemed to be the issue. It's like the T-tax issues, correct? Less like, you know... Since our country's founding, we've witnessed marginal tax rates rating from 0 to 94%. Sure. 5%. Taxation was incredibly different than it is today. There was no income tax, no corporate tax, no payroll taxes. Instead, American colonies and larger were primarily funded by tariffs and excise taxes. This means taxes primarily existed on imports of goods and services to the colonies, as well as on the sales of particular products. The average tariff worked out to be around 10% of the value of imports, which is pretty significant, with lower rates being imposed on goods from Britain than from anywhere else. This was part of the British Empire's mercantilist policy and economic system that has since been largely discredited. Midway through the 18th century, British Parliament began imposing excise taxes that are notorious to this day. Passed the Sugar Act, imposing a tax on 1 pence per gallon of molasses imports, equivalent to more than $2 a gallon today. Just a few years later, the Townshend Acts started making their way through the British government. One of them imposed a tax on tea and 4 pence per pound, $8 today. So, like, $8 for a pound of tea. I don't know if that's leaves, probably. But yeah, so it seemed like there was actually pretty substantial issues there. Beyond just income tax. Okay, let's get back to this. Glad we could talk about that.
No, directed evolution is very different.
Direct evolution?
Directed evolution.
Directed evolution, okay. Well, so, I mean, is that what it is?
Maybe, well, you're not supposed to do gain of function research with the viruses, like, they recommend not. But you do, like, these, like, selected directional mutations to try to see if you can make more potent.
Yeah.
So there is research ongoing about that. I don't know how that's gonna work. There might not be any more outbreaks, because, like, Jesus Christ.
So...
Yeah, they're not really confirming anything. He's talking about what it is they would do.
Tell me more, like, what's developing with the whole, virus mutation process?
Well, they're still kind of conducting the experiments on it, but it seems like from what I've heard, they're kind of optimizing it, but they're going slow because everyone's very cautious. Like,
right.
Obviously, they don't want to kind of accelerate it too much.
Some stupid laws that get lumped under free speech. Fox News literally went to court for the right to lie during the news cycle using opinion segments, which talked about the news that was just reported. Yeah, that's not going to work. Realistically, yeah, that's again, free speech is radically misinterpreted, generally speaking, especially when you start talking about like the like right to. And to what extent you can like intentionally misinform a populace when you're wield that kind of power and influence is another thing that has to be considered. All the general public needs to know is that mRNA is in the vaccine and how mRNA works. To be honest, sure.
Yeah. But I think they're also just trying to do it as an
Hey, lost
thing,
mine.
you
Thank you, dude.
They're trying to figure out future mutations.
So, did the whole virus mutation thing like come from your executive, Sarah?
No, that came from we have chief scientific officers in the other divisions.
In a subsequent meeting, our undercover journalist asked if this type of gain-of-function research is already being
You just said it wasn't gain of function.
studied at Pfizer.
Very clearly, and describe the distinction between gain of function research and what it is they're
But
doing.
no, as long as it's called directed evolution, Pfizer's in the clear.
What's the goal for Pfizer of doing that?
So probably what they want to do.
And he's also saying they have not decided to do it, nor have they even spoken on it. They're talking about what might occur, which is so insane.
Just to try to figure out, to some extent, there's all these new strains of variants that just pop up. Why don't we try to catch them before they pop up in nature, and we can develop a vaccine prophylactic?
Yeah, I kind of understand that, right? How can we cause different mutations in a vacuum, develop more precise vaccination protocol for the variants that may come up, so that if they were to come up, we could thwart them immediately, is essentially what it is they're saying. He didn't say it's currently happening. At no point. He's always said what they want to do, what they're considering doing. It's the whole time.
For new variants.
Yeah.
So that's why they're thinking if you do it control the lab, then you say, oh, this is an epitope. And so then if it comes out later on, in the public, we already have a vaccine kind of working on it.
Oh my God, that's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that the best business model though? Just control nature before nature even happens itself, right?
Wow, they're trying to fucking nail it. He did after he said they weren't. He said they started. I will go back and look at it. I did not hear that.
Yeah, if it works.
What do you mean if it works?
Because some of the times there were just mutations that pop up, right? And we're not prepared for it, with Delta or Omicron.
This journalist is grasping, dude, and saying that's the best business model. It's not a business model. They're trying to find ways to vaccinate against imminent viral threats.
Right. And things like that. So who knows? I mean, either way, it's gonna be a cash cow.
It's so leading.
COVID
and yeah, it would
be a cash cow for us for a while going forward.
Yeah.
I obviously
And he's not wrong there. This guy's a fucking moron.
Well, I think the whole, research of the viruses and mutations.
I think the guy's an enthusiastic lab tech and the interviewer is just feeding him directed questions. Could be.
It, would be the ultimate, cash cow.
Wait. Well, I think the whole, research of the viruses and mutating... What? I don't think he understands what he's describing. Finding ways to predict how a virus might mutate in a contained environment so that you can address those mutations as they manifest in real time isn't just a cash cow. It's also, a public safety and a public health, the fucking breakthrough, is it not?
Yeah.
They invent viruses and then cure them? They're not inventing them. They're predicting mutations via controlled and contained models. How dense is...
It'll be perfect.
Now, you would think that creating viruses to sell the vaccine would be illegal.
That's not what they're doing. If you guys hear any of this and think that this is responsible or efficacious reporting, I really want to talk more about why it isn't.
But no, the pharmaceutical industry, as Walker puts it, is, quote, a revolving door for all government officials, unquote.
A revolving door for all government officials?
Wow.
What?
Yeah, for any industry though. So in the pharma industry, all the government officials who review our drugs, first they come work for pharma companies. The military.
Yeah, and this is a massive issue. I do think that's a massive, massive, massive problem.
All the army and defense government.
I don't trust big companies after all the opioid stuff. I agree. I feel like we should centralize some of this research. I believe pharmaceutical and scientific research should be largely centralized and funded via tax dollars. And should not be reliant on profit motive. Yes. I do believe private industry absolutely erodes the integrity of public health research and provisions. Absolutely.
How do you feel about that revolving door? Like,
It's pretty good for the industry.
Imagine if it, but that would be so. Imagine removing the profit motive from things that directly impact public health and wellness. Released a doc. Everyone took a list of adverse side effects as direct side effects. Yep.
To be honest.
yeah.
It's bad for.
It's so weirdly cut together. Military, all the Army defense officials eventually go to work for defense companies afterwards. Well, yeah, I mean, they also have a degree of expertise, but that's the lobby pipeline, right?
Like the military.
You do your time defending corporations and in the public sector, and then you go profit from the ways in which you protected them by retiring to essentially, like, you know, private contracting, etc. This is an issue.
Army and defense, like government officials, eventually go work for the defense companies afterwards.
This is just another reason to essentially swing as far left as possible, but they're gonna find a way to.
How do you feel about that revolving door? Like,
It's pretty good for the industry, to be honest.
yeah.
It's bad for everyone else in America.
Why is it bad for everybody else?
Because if the regulators who have to approve our drugs know that once they stop being regulated, they want to go work for the company, they're not going to be as hard for the company. They're doing their job.
Right.
We talked to Dr. Robert Malone, physician, scientist, and author, to get his take on the comments made by Jordan Walker.
You're gaining function. You're creating a new function in virus 1 by adding elements from virus 2, infecting one monkey and then another monkey. That's called...
No, that's not what they said. They said that they would infect a monkey and allow that monkey to spread the virus amongst other monkeys. It's not like trying to mutate a virus by making two like viruses like synergize. These like, how do we observe how it is this virus is going to shift throughout a populace, and then identify what may be changing in it so we can more effectively preemptively vaccinate against it.
Serial passage that appears to have been one of the technologies deployed in the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
This is just...
gentleman seems to have absolutely no moral compass at all.
This is such shit reporting, man. Like, truly shit.
Vaccines now.
Against
okay, let's see. You're not using the words people say. You're supposed to just write the intended vibes, yeah.
I'm simply develop new vaccines, right? So we have to do that. If we're going to do that, though, there's a risk of, like, as you could imagine.
Yes, if we're going to do that, there's a risk.
Having a pharma company mutate. Do we want to do this? So that's, like, one of the things we're considering.
Do we want to do this?
Great, new version.
Like, for the future, like, maybe create a version of vaccine.
Like
yeah.
Pfizer ultimately is thinking about mutating COVID?
Well, that is not what we say to the public. No. That's why it was a thought that came up in a meeting, and we were
yeah, what? He's never said, like
why do we...
It's a thought that came up in a meeting.
That's right. It is mutant in order to say in liver experiment.
Think about it. Don't tell anyone this.
The way they were thinking about it.
Okay, bro.
Brazil, do you see the issue?
So, the way it would work is like we put them in the virus.
The way it would work is like we put them in the virus in these monkeys. He's describing the way it would work.
These monkeys.
Okay.
And then I would do another month one way. Typical runs on the surface of the virus look like over time, a certain way you want it. Those have to move on. To be honest.
Yeah, I know.
This is simply a high discussion.
When is Pfizer going to implement the mutation of all these viruses?
I don't know. It depends on how the experiments work out. Because this is just like something we're trying, right?
Yeah, he still has not said that they're doing it.
Sounds like gain of...
And also, that could be taken totally out of context as well. When are they going to implement the mutation?
The mutation of all these viruses.
So he hasn't even said that they're implementing it yet. It depends on how the experiments work out. So, like, this could be in reference to totally other, like, totally separate experiments. Totally separate.
I don't know. It depends on how the experiments work out.
Well, because they're also talking about, like, so when are they going to implement the mutating? Which, like, if they're saying, when are we going to do it? And then he's saying it depends on how the mutating works out. That makes no sense. That's not what this dude is saying. They're cutting this together to be as disingenuous as possible. This dude's an idiot, don't get me wrong, but it's not the bombshell people want it to be. I gotta pee. I'll be right back, guys. Yo. All right, what do we miss there? What did I miss? You got 1 mil dead in the States. People want to talk dumbass conspiracies, rightfully doomed country. It's not bad fair. I assume the experiments they were doing. Yeah, I don't think that's the case. But I appreciate you being open, man. That means a lot. COVID is still sus AF to me. The origins of virus was tracked to Wuhan area where the exact lab thing. I mean, it could be. I don't really know what speculating on the origins of the virus really does at this point. Like, we have a virus. The reason there was... the lab was there is because it was located physically in a location that was right for high virology based on urban development and population size. It's not a conspiracy, which is also makes perfect sense, 100%. I think that they do a really good job of manipulating existing like half-truths to creating a narrative that encourages just like total blanket, not just skepticism, but outright distrust of any kind of enduring public official, which then allows these kinds of non-political, like more corporate agents to masquerade as outsiders, a la Donald Trump, to only then go and benefit essentially corporate plutocrats. With their candidacy, you know, this like kind of for the people grift that they're relying on is really shitty, and it all is based on essentially convincing you that all existing authority is not to be trusted. And granted, I think all authority is to be questioned, but I don't think that the way to go about it is to elect an individual who has a history of just far more pervasive and prolific, scamming and deception, you know. People skip logical steps and hop into conspiracy theories like CDC. Yeah, of course. But also, I mean, they're being fed that. You know, they're being fed that. Selling vaccine for $130 when it costs $4 is evil. Yes, you can blame, dude. You're not gonna. You don't have to convince me that the intersection of corporate interest and essentially like judicial processes, legislative processes, government and political action is absolutely fucking insidious. It is, 100%. $150%. Okay, so I think we covered that pretty well. And why it is, I think that's just another like really disingenuous, journalist grasping at straws to get a viral clip. What then is on the docket now? Let's see. I'm gonna turn this music down a little bit. It's kind of loud, isn't it? All right. What do we have here? We have on the docket here. I'm gonna try, guys. So Haraf had a good idea where I could potentially, chat. I could go try to find someone to teach me how to play chess on stream for a month, which could be sick. However, who then would I go to? Like, who could help teach me in that regard? That's kind of what I'm curious about. Botez? I don't know if the Botez twins would do that. I'm kind of small potatoes. We probably have to find someone. Yeah, Andrew Tate. Good call. Good call. Dude's everywhere. Dumb fucking face, man. Hit up Magnus? He'll probably hit. Yeah, we have that kind of pull. We'll get Magnus. Good. You know what? Good shit, guys. Let's get Magnus. Yeah. You know what? Yeah. Fucking A, man. Botez are clout sharks. You're too small. I mean, maybe. I'm definitely too small of a content creator for them to want to do it for, like, content alone. But maybe they'd be down. You should do chest lifting tournament where instead of boxing, they have to do squats and deadlifts. That sounds dumb as fuck. I mean, it's kind of cool. I don't think that watching people lift heavy weights like that's that fun. As a fellow member of the long arm tribe, and you get more size in the long head of my tricep, I'm a big fan of overhead tricep extensions, man. Those have put a lot of size on the long head of my tricep, 100%. I feel like Magnus would be a bad teacher anyway. Probably. He's just like a savant, Like, Like a great chess player and he'd just get frustrated that I don't see like the 18 moves ahead that he sees and be like, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing, man? How do you not see it? You know what I mean? There's a bunch of people streaming chess right now, same number of viewers as you. Yeah, then I'm sure we'd be able to find a few people, without a doubt. I've been doing tricep extensions with my KB. What's a KB? It'd be hard for him to explain why he does what he does. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's a degree of it that, like, he can teach you everything about, like, the board, right? It's kind of like when you look at, like, guys who are great at CSGO, right? There's a lot you can learn about how to position yourself, you know, crosshair placement, utility usage. But to just know how to, like, essentially 90-degree flick, you know, right to the head of someone, like that, you don't teach that, right? You don't. Like, you can't really teach people how to predict everything that could occur. Like, there's just way too much. And that kind of calculus almost becomes intuition for people as well, the longer they've been involved. It's just hard to really make sense of. Oh, man. Cole is bleeding money? Crunchy, you really want me to look into this Cole shit? How many times have you sent this? What is this?
Now, I've never actually seen the movie.
Jesus, 30 minutes? I mean, like...
At Bernie's. But statistically, neither have you. It's just one of those things everybody knows about, which is convenient because puppeting a corpse around for personal gain is a really good metaphor for the coal industry in America. Now, don't get me wrong. For 150 years, the handful of rich people who owned coal mines and coal-fired power plants in the United States were at the top of a thriving industry, fully capable of supporting it.
But it's a grift that makes it seem as if you're supporting blue-collar jobs, you know?
Not unlike Weekend at Bernie's. I assume. I've never seen the movie. Unfortunately for coal, however, the last 15 years have been a real kick in the stones. Coal went from being the undisputed king of electrical production in the mid-2000s to being passed by both natural gas and renewable energy like...
That being said, there's still a great deal of the country that relies on coal as their primary energy generator.
Like solar and wind. Coal power is now so expensive that some utilities are...
I wrote a pilot that was similar to Weekend at Bernie's.
Buying working coal plants just to shut them down.
I didn't know about Weekend at Bernie's either, so when I found out about it, I was fucking devastated.
To get out of their contracts. It's like owning a million payphone booths right when cell phones came out. And just like Big Payphone, Big Coal is hemorrhaging money. Almost every major US coal operator has already declared bankruptcy at least once, and some have
easiest acting gig ever given, man.
Done it over and over again as a way to weasel out of paying pension funds to the coal miners they claim to care about.
I mean, I used to just, like, I didn't used to, but, like, recently, like, a few weeks ago, not even a few weeks, maybe a month ago, there was, like, a 7-day period where I was just playing against bots on chess.com every night, and I had fun with that.
And then up, out of the, up out of the bench.
You gotta help. Come on.
I'm dead, I can't help. There we go. Okay, all right, you know what? They get it. We're doing a Weekend at Bernie's bit. You guys are good. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys. Yeah, I don't want to make you do it. Coal power is a dirty, expensive, 1800s era technology that cannot compete with modern forms of electricity generation. And in the vast majority of cases, it's cheaper to build all new solar and wind farms from scratch than it is to just keep using existing coal plants.
How did you become a suspicious user, Brazil? What happened? You suddenly have been listed as a suspicious user to me.
But what if I told you we could save coal? We can't. It's dead. But what if I told you we could, huh? Sounds pretty intriguing, right? Sounds like the kind of thing you might be able to get the US government to spend billions of taxpayer dollars on to prop up a dying industry so you could squeeze the last dollars out of your existing coal mines, huh? Because let me tell you.
I mean, that's what they'll say. They'll just be like, it'll make a lot of jobs. Bring more jobs back home to America. As we continue to, like, devastate our ecology in the process.
About clean coal.
Clean coal. Clean coal. Beautiful, clean coal. Clean coal.
Clean coal.
Really clean coal.
The only problem with clean coal is that it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
What the fuck?
you can certainly say it loudly. Clean coal! But you can't act.
It's just like, it's the funniest grift, man. Like, it's so funny how easily persuaded people are. Like, there's just so little thought that goes into the fucking buzzwords that are produced by politicians who are there to champion corporate interest. We've made it such. That is what Citizens United has done. They are not there for you. They are not. They are there to ensure that the people who paid for their candidacy make all their money back and more. That's it.
Actually make clean electricity out of coal. Now, some people will try to tell you about carbon capture or CO2 utilization, but no matter how you move the numbers around, clean coal is the pair of sunglasses on a dead guy being picked up and carried around a dance floor. Or yacht? Wherever Bernie lives, I don't know. I haven't seen the movie. Hi, I'm Raleigh Williams, a guy with a climate science and policy degree, and 2 very nice friends. And it's time to let coal die. Welcome to Climate Town.
Yeah, it's like cigarette filters, right, dude, man? Is this interesting to anyone, by the way? Someone sent it and I just clicked it so they'd stop fucking sending it. Crunchy, that's you.
All right, so there was a time when coal-powered electricity was like iPhone 14 level technology. Back in the 1800s, when electricity was first getting developed and a blossoming electrical grid created a big demand for something they could burn to make streetlights work, Thomas Edison was there
Maybe we should just watch a bunch of dumb expat videos.
to electrify America. And also, like, electrify a ton of stray cats and dogs, like, to death.
Yeah, I feel as though
As
we've
in, like,
more or less
American
assessed
coal.
coal as being...
Naturally, coal miners were sick of getting exploited and enslaved, and decided to address the whole situation with some nice, cheap words. I'm talking about...
What's going on here? Hey, I've been a lurker in here for a while. I just want to say thank you for everything. Your Discord has been encouraging me to overcome my social anxiety. I'll introduce myself now if that's okay. Hell yeah, Rick, let's go. I'm Rick Harrison and this is my pawn shop. I work here with my old man and my son, Big Oz. Everything here is a story and a price. One thing I've learned after 21 years, you never know what's gonna come through that door. And god damn it, I didn't know! 8 septillion, please never leave. You're exactly what I want in this community. You're everything and more.
I believe in the future.
I believe we can use American energy resources.
I believe in technology.
We can, we will. Clean.
I like how they're like, I believe in technology's ability to revive an absolutely archaic and finite energy resource, rather than I believe in technology's ability to create cheap, nigh infinite energy by way of like fucking nuclear fucking fission or any of the other available processes we have. Hydroelectric, solar, wind. It's like No, you believe in the people who are paying your politicians to tell you to believe. You're believing the lie. You're believing the fiction. You know?
Clean coal.
No one here believes in science. Believe in the bottom dollar,
It's
man.
a big challenge, but we've made a commitment. Learn more about clean coal at America.
Put like fucking a Shirley Temple in an Erlenmeyer flask.
Learn more about clean coal at americaspower.org.
Clean coal technology means that you are using coal without putting pollutants into the atmosphere.
Now, did the technology exist? No. But was there a promising prototype on the way?
No.
Also, no. But could they claim to be working on a magical new...
I don't get why lobbies are a thing. It makes no sense as well, because wealthy people want to ensure that everything plays in their favor. And so they use their pre-existing influence to cement their influence via legislation. a la Citizens United.
New clean coal technology while taking millions of dollars in free government money, changing nothing about their business practices, and kicking the can down the road? Oh, yeah! Yes. I mean, they were hoping they could make clean coal work, but much more important than it actually working was saying they were working on it. I mean, they literally hired the PR firm that invented the phrase, "What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas," to publicize the concept of clean coal. They spent millions of dollars making sure everybody heard about it. And Mike,
panning for gold would be really fun. I could also be in Colorado for a while. I'd probably have to wait till the summer months. That'd be really fun.
God, did people love the sound of it.
Clean coal, clean coal, clean coal. Clean coal is part of our energy future.
Clean coal.
Clean coal technology is something that can make America energy.
Which is another phenomenal reason to question the actual, like, breadth of knowledge any politician or political candidate actually possesses, man.
Independent.
Their PR campaign worked.
They just regurgitate the information provided to them by their wealthiest donors, man.
Better than they ever expected.
I'll be real, man. I miss Obama as, like, an orator. I miss Obama in, like, what he symbolized, which was probably the last vestige of any semblance of public trust and governance. I do not miss Obama by way of policy. Dude was still a fucking vicious war hawk. And to act as if he was a legitimate champion of anything truly progressive is totally moronic. I admire what Obama stands for, man, and that, like, he was the first black president, and that is a total achievement that should be forever, you know, enshrined. But the dude, as a president, was a fucking vicious war hawk with limited efficacy.
By the end of 2008, the coal industry found that 72% of Americans approved of coal power. The federal government even spent hundreds of millions of dollars to make sure clean coal worked the way the coal industry said it would.
That's why we supported adding $200 million in funding for studies on carbon.
So the Department of Energy handpicked the 8 most promising clean coal projects.
You were also younger, Platypus. Obama made us feel that way because we weren't aware.
And what kind of
However, I will say that the Donald Trump fake news era of essentially just, like, unfettered public skepticism is like, the fucking consequence of that in just, like, general sense of stability and understanding of what's actually being delivered to us by way of insight is so... That might be one of the single most enduring consequences of his administration. Is the way in which he didn't just say, question what you're hearing. Anything that disagreed with him was fake, you know? So it allowed people to feel self-righteous, you know? In their utter rejection of anything that opposed them.
Detail-oriented, try-hard YouTube channel.
And I agree with that, Zen.
Would I be if I didn't talk about all 8 of them? But don't panic click on something less tedious just yet, because 7 of the 8 projects failed before they even started construction. Yeah,
I can't leave until I pan enough gold to get home.
Turns out really wanting clean coal to work is different from it actually working. And luckily, the Government Accountability Office wrote a whole report detailing how the money was wasted, so let's get right into it. Hey, okay, 2 of the 8 projects ran the numbers and dropped out before they even started designing their operations. That is how financially insolvent the concept of clean coal is. Basically, when you burn coal on a large scale...
And they're not going to do anything that actually conflicts with their bottom line. Like, you're aware of that, right? Like, that is what capitalism essentially promotes. It's not innovation, right? It's profit. And oftentimes profit is in replication, driving down wages and driving down the cost of materials by exploiting those who extract them. Like, it's just, that's what it innovates. It innovates profit and the concentration of profit.
You produce millions of...
But not efficacy, not innovation by way of what it is the public needs.
Tons of carbon dioxide and a bunch of other gases. To make clean coal, you have to isolate the carbon dioxide before it leaves the smokestack, compress it down.
Yes, that's another thing. They cannot do that. If they're publicly traded, they actually have a legitimate, like, legal obligation to ensure maximization of profit and cannot do anything in the interests of the people or, the planet.
Jam it into a little pipe and send it somewhere to be permanently stored. And it turns out that even if the government is giving you millions of dollars of free money, grabbing those millions of...
Democrats are just Republicans in sheep's clothing. I think it's a good thing to recognize the ways in which this sort of like false this false dichotomy kind of thing, this false binary that's been created, and how in all likelihood we're really just giving money to people who ultimately will then go on to support their corporate overlords, and protect their capacity to profit above all else. Yes, that's valid. However, I would much rather them be in sheep's clothing if the sheep's clothing means not espousing literal like hate speech and rhetoric that makes more difficult the capacity to exist in public spheres, any marginalized people. So still stand on that.
Of tons of carbon dioxide is so prohibitively expensive, it's not even worth attempting. Basin Electric literally turned down $100 million check from the Department of Energy because as much as they wanted clean coal to be a thing, they knew it wasn't an actual thing. But the idea of clean coal was so
And it's massively nationalistic because coal is always associated with, American labor, and on the psychological level, promoting a return to American production, a decrease on foreign trade, investment, or reliance on foreign countries for energy is all something that it placates in a bipartisan capacity, right? We're going to get jobs back into the United States, become energy independent, things of that nature. So the grift is universal.
Intoxicating to the government that they kept showering failing projects with money despite those projects not
It wasn't that. They're giving money to their donors.
meeting required key milestones.
You said you don't want the federal government to pick winners and losers in the energy sector. Why then spend $2 billion on clean coal?
Well, because we know clean coal.
I prefer economic justice over social justice in the form of legislation. Social changes happen in society. Yeah, no, I agree. I think, social changes also happen in Congress via very clear economic policy, right? Because economic circumstances frame a lot of the injustice that people then go on to feel, right? I don't think they have the public's interest at heart. I don't. I think they have, I think that they believe that in supporting private enterprise, maybe they're upholding the public's interest via some kind of grand delusion they've internalized about American exceptionalism and the efficacy of capitalism, And that'd be the most charitable read of that incompetence that you're suggesting, right? The incompetence could just be a true, unwavering belief in the policies that have been, propagandized to them, No politician has the public's interest. I'd agree. But, I don't think either party's providing that, and I would rather there be at least a party that doesn't embolden hate speech, which is why, I don't proudly vote for anyone in the United States at present based on the ways in which we've been provided, center-right, defenders of whatever, a pre-existing status quo, or the, I would say, the profit motives of those who have funded them, right? But at least I'm not actively mobilizing, not just hateful rhetoric, but hateful policy with the vote. And I do think that's significant. But yes, the evisceration of the corporate lobby is bar none one of the single most, one of the single most catalytic policy, as far as what could produce the most immediate and significant change in the sense of justice and agency we feel as people in the processes that govern us, that would be it.
Is a winner because we know clean coal is a
Oh, I agree with you, Goody, wholeheartedly.
winner.
When they went over budget.
Definitely not past, I think that Bernie Sanders is pretty close to, by issue to issue, the single most consistent and just politician we've seen. In that his entire career as senator, he has always been on the right side of history and how it is he's voted, how it is he's defended, and actively, combated some of the more unjust legislation that's been proposed. However, he's passed again. Like, we've only ever been able to consider him in primary elections, and that's it.
The Department of Energy allowed the projects to take money from the construction and operation phases and use it for design and research. And they even reduced the cost-sharing requirements from the private energy company.
Well, Fendi, the problem is, like, there's just, like, no existing punishment for outright engaging in insider trading, essentially, when it comes to, like, how it is these individuals who, like, who hold positions of enormous, socioeconomic, sociopolitical influence, right? There's almost no punishment. It's like a very marginal fee for not disclosing trades and investments. Like, very marginal. To the point to where it would outweigh any gain that they'd then harvest.
Companies down to 1%. In total, the U.S. government spent $472 million of taxpayer money.
Yes, which is another issue when you have these, like, very much like privately funded, like news enterprises that you'd think that would feel more just, but really it's just that they then go on to promote the narratives that are most aligned with their interest on a financial level. And they share a great deal of their own investments, correct? I mean, like, your ability to manipulate the public's understanding of the world to your betterment, to your direct financial gain is so insidious and unfettered, man. Like, I don't know. There's just too much overlaps. There are too many overlaps between the interests of fucking, relatively anonymous plutocrats and their capacity to essentially ensure via how it is they fund campaigns and how it is they manipulate available information. It's a very bleak outlook as far as I'm concerned at this point. Choosing the lesser of two evils just makes you a participant in a system that if you vote for a single candidate that has taken a corporate donation, you're the problem. Yeah, I mean, kind of, I'd agree. I think that there's a lot of very legitimate fear-mongering that occurs, however, and I do think that when you consider the effects of like a Donald Trump presidency by way of cultural rhetoric and what it's emboldened in sort of like disenfranchised, impoverished, like, urban, like, white populaces and shit, I don't know. I do think there is a lesser of two evils sometimes, and it is concerning. And I do think that the cultural implications of an individual's presidency and the hegemony of those ideals is really, really worthy of considering, It has never been a better time to be, like, publicly hateful, You've never, like the amount of public support you can engender there is insane. I don't know, man. I get what you're saying, and I do agree with you, like, on principle, like, strictly on paper, yes, I 100% agree. And I have voted third party most of my life, for those reasons specifically. Hard to really say, though, man. Sometimes what it is you embolden by allowing certain individuals to take those positions of ultimate influence is absolutely cataclysmic.
To have 7 separate groups of people inform them that clean coal was a losing proposition. But then again, that's the socialist subsidized coal industry for you. But eagle-eared viewers out there will know that 7 projects is 1 fewer than 8 projects, which means one of the projects worked and clean coal works perfectly. And oh boy, do I have a...
Man. What's going on today? All right. Chat, let's look into this shit here. What's going on Twitch right now anyway? Oh, they're training? God fucking damn it, dude. I'm gonna have to start streaming at a different time. I thought I was in the clear, goddammit. I am not. Or hanging out with them? What do you mean? Or hanging out with them? Can't stream doing that. Can't do both, boys. What are they doing here? Let's see. Legs? Legs, shoulders, and biceps? What the fuck split are they running? That's so confusing. I mean, I guess legs is like a massive energy system, and then shoulders and biceps are relatively minuscule, but like, that's so bizarre. I've just never seen that. I think legs should totally just be trained independently and taken to absolute, like, fucking just chaotic failure.
Oh! Wait, that's actually way better than squat.
It's not better, but it's as close as you can get without putting pressure on the elbow.
Yeah.
Legs and traps. I don't think you should have your own trap day. I think you should be hitting your traps adequately in your actual, like, back day. I mean, Tectone streamed Miz's stream when he was on there.
Yo, Zeeb616, thanks for the 5 gifted subs, man.
Thank you, Zeeb.
Appreciate it. Thank you, homie.
I don't know why we can't hear any alerts. Normally all the alerts are working.
We can't hear our voice bark very here.
I don't think people use this right. I don't think that these are used correctly. Generally speaking, I think that this is a great way of targeting more of your glutes, how it is he's doing this. You're not getting adequate knee flexion. I would put my knees up, my feet up here. This is what I do when I use it, and I've actually been fucking my quads up with it. I put my feet narrow and way up close. That way I can get adequate flexion through my knee to really get quad activation, and I've been crushing that. Which is interesting. Wait, Miz is hitting it, boys. Let's go, Mizzy. Miz is on team. I mean, yeah, I don't think Miz takes his lower body training super seriously. And here's another thing, dude. I don't think you have to. I don't know how else to put it. I don't. Like, I like training my legs because I think big legs are pretty aesthetic, and I enjoy, like, I'm strong in my lower body, so I like it. But, like, if you don't care, you can fuck around with that. It's not like you're like an athlete or anything. It's not like you need strong legs to, like, function in your sport. Like, if you don't care and you don't want to spend a lot of time with it because it makes you, like, not want to go to the gym ultimately, and, like, you just dislike the process, I don't care, you know? But it's your foundation. Nah, I mean, do you care about strength? What are you there for? What are you trying to optimize? If it's just an aesthetic concept, then fuck it, dude. Who cares? If you're there for strength, I think that it'll help you in all of your other lifts, you know, of course, to be overall healthy. Yeah, I mean, again, you don't have to take legs to absolute intensity, though. How do you heal a weak gluteus medius? I mean, that would probably be a lot of, like, what do you call them? Abduction, ultimately, will help a great deal with that. Other things with, like, hip thrust will help simultaneously. I had an ex that critiqued my weakness so much, and she wouldn't even work out at all. Well, that sounds like an awful ex. She's just constantly making fun of you. Knees over toes guy. People to ask about him a lot here, but I don't use him now. I've never, like, relied on him as a resource or anything like that, no. Cool dude, I imagine. Like, I've liked everything I've seen, but kind of whatever. Tell who what? Oh, yeah, your ex? Yeah, fuck your ex, dude. That sounds like a nightmare. Alright, let's look at some expat videos, man. I want to get out of this state. I want to see what people are like elsewhere. Let's go with, maybe, like, apartments in Korea? Where should I go? I feel like Japan's a good thing. Let's look up apartments in... What's a good Eastern European country we could visit? Yeah, the dude who dug that tunnel is fucking nuts, man. Fucking nuts. This tour is beautiful. Oh man, I'm not into nice houses. Is this like a nice house thing? Yo, 39 million? Yeah, fuck it. I don't care at all. I can't tell you how little I want to live in a mansion.
You look out, and even though it's built in,
Like, this is way too much space. Who fucking needs this house?
we've been waking up early here.
I like really small apartments. I can't tell you. I'm honestly like so like Japan cheap apartment. I want to pull this video up again because like I'm still so like I actually loved this piece of shit.
So go inside now. Although
Like my brain is fucked up.
inside you have this kitchen sink area. I believe it works just fine.
Like water comes out of the faucet. You have a burner. And like you have these massive windows. Don't get me wrong. This is turning to shit. But like all these big fucking windows, man.
What's also nice is that it's a corner room, so you get two.
Just throw a fucking mattress on the floor. I'm so into that, man. Versus like this shit, $20,000 a month.
Of all the things we've seen,
I still like the architecture, but like, fuck, dude.
Apartment so far. This is the thing.
What a waste of money.
Impressed me the most. The concept. Down. What have you got? $1,000 of the list. It's pretty damn.
You know?
I just want to stop you right there. That's not.
It's not even a matter of me being like, I don't want to spend that much money. Like, I just feel like I could purpose that to something more meaningful than just like hemorrhaging 20,000. How will you impress your rich friends? Dude, I hope I never have rich friends. Here's the thing. I hope I never make rich friends because I'm rich. You know what I mean? If I become rich, I don't want to make rich friends because of it. I want to live poor as fuck. My whole life, man. I want to just have enough. I don't want to give shit to people. That's the dream. No, that's not what I mean, Raph. I mean, but I have rich friends as a poor person, you know? That means they don't like me because I'm rich.
So if we come.
And I don't like their rich people shit. So I don't care for them because of their wealth either. That's the win.
This is just the first bedroom. I'm also the smallest. You'll see a lot more sun in here because it's a corner room.
So before this.
Okay, hold on. Inside.
Of all the things we've seen in this gigantic apartment so far, this is
apartment less than $400. I'd be into that.
On the rooftop of a building in the center of the
inside Japan's capsule tower.
Incredible, astonishing looking.
Oh, I've seen that before. No, we need small apartment that I can pay money for. That's what I want to do. I'm ready to get the fuck out. I want to run, dude. I am in the mood to fucking run. You ever seen the music video for Madonna's American Life? Whenever I think rich people flaunting their wealth, I think of that video. I mean, like, dude, I was raised in an environment that didn't necessarily put a precedence on wealth, but, like, by people who clearly cared a great deal about how they were perceived in a public capacity by way of their indicators of wealth. Like, they felt the need to display wealth to people, even if they lacked it. And that really soured me to the very concept in every way. $100? What the fuck?
We've all
cheapest
seen the videos
tiny
with
apartment?
Tiny apartments and luxury apartments and pretty much.
I think if you like nice things and that's what you derive the greatest degree of joy from on an independent, intrinsic level, go for it, dude.
Tiny. Sense. Also, I should mention 23 Ward line, the major line that hits all the Tokyo stations.
Holy shit.
This place here is very central, almost in the middle of Tokyo. We'll call it cozy. At the time of recording, this is actually the cheapest apartment in central Tokyo at only 9,800 yen. That's like $100. But do not let its appearance fool you. We are playing fast and loose with that word apartment. So let's take a more detailed look at this.
What am I looking at?
What it has, and more importantly, what doesn't, and I guess what makes it so cheap. Start right near the entrance. So right near the entrance here, there's a little bit of a storage space.
So I think those are ice boxes. Like
Yeah.
they're like freezers.
And don't let the wide angle lens fool you. This space is actually
Yeah, I feel like the fucking Slender Man's gonna come out. You know what I mean?
tight. Like again,
That's what this feels like.
I'd be hard pressed to eat to properly properly fit in here.
See, this one sucks way more because I don't even see, like, it doesn't have the same kind of, like, corner room natural light thing going on. Like, that's what really fucking sold that piece of shit apartment to me.
Here, but I think that's the best you're gonna get. It's a lot of switches, actually.
For like $200 a month, man, dude, I want to move to Tokyo for no reason. I just feel the need to. Oh wait, hold on. What? $100 and I get this?
It's just a plug in the middle of the wall. I guess if you put like a little end table there, it would be perfect. But let's take a peek out here.
Steel.
And this is the view you get.
Am I crazy, or does this look like he's on the second fucking story from here? Flights to Japan are ridiculous right now, and they're like $1,500 round trip, dude.
Is the view you get.
They're like $1,500 round trip. That's fine.
Okay. Not the fanciest view in the world, but also not the worst. I've had places that the window has opened up just straight into a wall that you could just
yeah, there's
touch
actual
on the other
room.
side. So as far as views go, this is.
I think this is
backyard
sick as
space
fuck.
here. Wonder if we can get up onto the roof.
I just wonder, do you think Japan would be like the best content? I've never been to like an East Asian country. I've been to a Southeast Asian country, but I've also never been to Europe. How tall am I? I'm 6'4". I am a big old tall bitch.
Right here, and you might think that this is the bathroom.
I want to go to Japan so bad. Yeah, I think it'd be really cool. I'm not really much of like I'm not like obsessed with Japanese culture, you know? So like I kind of think it'd be a good fit for me in that regard.
So this building behind me right here is filled with interesting and
like I just like I would get to learn about it actively. I don't have any real obsession or like, you know, like present expectation for it.
Called Sakura, and you can actually see right into one of the units.
I wouldn't need a visa. I'd probably just go for a month.
Up there, it's.
I speak fuck all Japanese, but I don't think I'd need to.
Located in the northern part.
I just want to go and like pick up like a weird skill or something and do a bunch of IRL streams. That's really it.
Of Tokyo, and our first unit is right here. So let's head in. This is it here. This is apparently supposed to be a garden space.
That might be because I'm brown. Yeah, it could be. You'd be all right for a month not knowing Japanese, I think. Yeah, I'd learn some stuff. I pick up language very quickly. How do you find a cute Japan wife if you don't speak Japanese? I don't really want like a Japanese wife or anything. That's not the reason. Just kind of want to be in a new environment and learn some new things, take on a new way of living for a bit.
Kind of guess that would work as a garden space, but the real shocker is the room itself. There's the bed. That's it. It's just that right there.
Easy.
And this is your shower.
Easy.
With your
easy.
Toilet right there.
How much? How much?
I honestly wonder if you can even sit. I'm gonna
200 or less, I'm in.
I'm gonna hover here a little bit.
250's pushing it. 200 or less, I'm in.
You'd still have to lean forward a bit. And then you'd be staring
yeah, you're not standing while you shit, big dog.
At your bed and the shower, but on the plus side, you have a lot of leg.
What do you mean, pulling a fucking... you pull in a fucking desk there? If this is central to Tokyo, I'm in.
Which is definitely more than I can say.
However, the toilet paper thing is kind of far, isn't it?
The next unit I'm going to show. But right out of the gate, this place is far from being soundproof. Like the women next door are having a conversation right now, and...
Nice.
Oh. Wow.
Nice. That means I can assert my dominance there by masturbating very loudly. Ah! Ah! You know?
Okay. Now, this window space
really let him know.
Does open up. So if you wanted to,
Hmm.
you could not use this space because
I'll open up the window beforehand.
It's not usable. It's not usable whatsoever. We're gonna go ahead and close that. And I would assume that this space under the bed opens up for
Another toilet.
Some kind of storage?
Human body.
Okay. Kind of. And this door here, right near the front of the room, opens up. So I guess if you wanted to, you could just air out the entire place.
How much is it? How much is
The
it?
next room is a little...
Does he say this earlier?
say
Hold on, he
crazier,
might.
but
Let's
I
go to
think
the very
crazier
beginning.
is gonna- And potentially controversial apartments, each with its own catch. And today we're gonna head inside and check out a few. So this place is called Sakura Sakura. And
It's
you can
sick.
see right into one of the units up there.
Wow, I'm living next to someone who's very wealthy is all I know.
It's located in the northern part of Tokyo, and our first unit is right here. So let's
Did they say price?
So this is it here. I don't want to say crazier, but I think crazy wanted to, you could just air out the entire place. And
The giant American man upstairs is ejaculating again.
I don't want to say crazy
It must cause him pain.
here, but I think crazier is going to be the right word. You see, no.
Yeah, let's see. Small apartments can be cool and even homey to live in. I love a small apartment. Like, dude, I'm happy in here. If I just had a little burner, I would never have to leave the room. One of my requirements for my first apartment, I have a separate bathroom for my cooking space. Tough. Tough, man. That's a tough one. You're asking for a lot, big dog. You can find tickets for 4:30 to Japan? No shit. Is it like an 8-day trip? Do I have to swim? Okay. How much is it? How much is it? Did they not say? I guess they'll never say. That sucks.
No two rooms in this place are the same. Each one is unique.
Okay.
It was built by a designer and has a bit of a design concept for each room. One room.
Bathroom type? Oh my god. It's like a fucking... It's like a TLC Zodiac. Like that fucking family from Waco, Texas decided to make their own birth chart. Yes, you are, well, we'll put you in... You strike me as the bathroom type. This is really just a house. And they tried to spruce it up by giving it some elevated design language. A bathroom type. This is a bathroom type room. Just call it a bathroom.
The bath is the main. Another room
The bath is the main thing. The kitchen is the... That's what it is.
is the main point. Another room is just like a living space.
That's called... This is called a house.
This place was originally all designed to be like one big house. A place
Yup.
where your friends could just pop in and out. Kind of like a...
What are you doing? What do you mean? I'm in my bathroom room. George, it's a bathroom type. And I'm the one who gets to use the bathroom.
share house, but ended up just becoming an apartment with separate unit. Sorry, I instantly got distracted as
This
soon
one's
as I walked
sick.
into this room. What is this? I have never seen an
Bathroom
apartment
type,
like
boys.
this
Bathroom
before.
type.
How does this? Okay,
It's a lot
so
of
you've got
toilet
your
paper.
Toilet there. And
It's
you've
bathroom
got,
type.
I guess what you would
Weakness is kitchen type.
call a half bath right here. That is so tiny. And then, how would you? Can you even? No, there's no space. There's no way you'd be able. Okay, so they told me the toilet was in a bit of a tight space. Can you move? This is movable, ish, kind of.
Nice.
But even with the ladder moved, you've still got this pole right here.
This is some exhibitionist shit. Yeah, I'm into it. I'll be the dude who is just always naked. That'll be my thing for like a month in Japan.
One of the big more if you live in one of the units that faces the street, because people can just see right into.
That's what I'm looking for.
I don't know. Space. Unquote sleeping space.
Oh,
Window
sick.
here opens.
I love little lofts like this, man. I lived in one for a while when I was in college. Like, it was just a small little place with a room up top, like a little platform for my bed. I loved it.
As well, there's definitely enough space for a bed. I've got kind of a long upper body, but even I can sit up and stare at the mystery hole. Yeah.
I'm gonna fuck it.
Air conditioning unit right here, and then the mystery hole. Mystery hole. No.
I'm gonna fuck it.
Obviously, not all homes in Japan are like this. There are bigger places, which shouldn't need to be said, but
how much is a room?
Some people just don't need bigger spaces. I do. I need a bigger space. But I met two of the residents who live here. They both have the apartments that face the road over there, and they've both sought out living in a smaller space.
I would love that. I think that'd be fun too. It was like me and I have so many dumb things I want to do in Japan if I go. I want to do a day where I just live in like a dumb cosplay, like a Thor cosplay or something. And that's like my whole day, you know? Nothing else. Just kind of walk around, do normal things, get coffee.
大学で建築を学んでいる上田と言います。ちょっと部屋の紹介をしていきます。見たらわかるんですけど、もう真ん中にこの浴槽がドーンと構えていて、それ以外のものがこの周りだったり、あと上に
Godzilla RP might be a little tough.
感じですね。で、簡単な手洗いとかはこちらで行って、着替えとか服はここにあるので行う。で、奥にこのトイレがあるので、トイレをするときは
This guy's sick as fuck, man.
行きます。で、この上なんですけどありまして、でこの上で寝ると。で、その本棚この
Cozy. Dude, I'm in. All right, let's check out this other room. What do we got in here? Kitchen? You don't need to cook. Wait, hold on. I don't cook anyways. Yeah, we would need the kitchen type.
Works out to about 50
No, man, he's in the bath type.
A month, about $500-600, and his
way too much.
Also agreed to show us her apartment, so
way too much. 500-600 yen? No way. I'm taking the cheaper. 500-600 bucks a month? No shot. No shot. Because I've seen way better spots. I guess you might be paying for location here? Why architecture students only live there? Isn't that kind of like... Doesn't that give you a sense of impending doom? If architecture students are like moving there, maybe because they're inspired by this like utter waste of space. Yeah, we're gonna put the pillar right by the toilet and exactly where it is you need to enter to get up to your loft. And they're all like, oh, this is good. Yeah, no, so they took like what would have been a good house and they made it shitty by just segmenting all the rooms. So no one has any one real function. No one has two functions, they all just have one thing. Like you could just like sleep in your bathtub or sleep in your toilet. Staring blankly out the window like this. I'm fine with everything else being small. Homegirl was like, I just kind of stare out my window. Oh, she's got the kitchen type? Sick. She's crushing it, man. She's crushing it. Alright. I have to pee again. Does anyone have, like, another city I can look at? I need you guys to let me know where it is I need to go here. Yo. What about lukewarm water? I'm down with lukewarm water. Dude literally went on for 20 minutes last night. Went on 20 minutes a couple nights ago about cooking rice. Cooking rice is easy. Wait, are you talking about me cooking rice? Yeah, that's like all I really need to do. That's all I need to do. Tiniest luxury apartment? Fuck that, dude. Give me a fucking dog shit apartment. What do you do for protein? Whey protein isolate and chicken breast. Sometimes I'll do, or I do a lot of red meat right now, but I'll probably have to cut that over time. Google Hong Kong cage homes. Now that doesn't sound fun. Tiny Paris apartment tour. Hold on, this could be good.
This aspect because I have got.
Oh, you have an elevator.
Yeah,
Okay,
I have an
let's have a
elevator.
look at the elevator.
It's very compact. Everything's gonna be very tiny.
Man, how do I?
Let's check this shit out. How much are we talking? 750 euros?
You can, I think, just fit 2 people.
Oh man. Okay.
How do you cook chicken? Pressure cooker, dog. Pressure cooker. Easy clap. Shredded chicken every day.
Things get cozy here.
This is where you make a move.
It
Look at how
forces you
cute
to
these
make a
guys
move.
are. Bonjour. Why are you looking at all these apartments? Because I'm yearning for. I wanna go on a month-long travel stream. I just want to go to one place, kind of root myself, and I like thinking about how little I can live with. I think it's fun. Le elevator. Bonjour. Comment t'appelles-tu? Je m'appelle.
Hello, hello.
Do you also feel the need to run away and do something every 3 to 6 months? I kind of just think that I'm, I had a dream where you told me I have to do 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, 200 squats every day for 30 days to get in better shape. Is it a good idea? If you're, I mean, maybe. It depends on how long you've been training and what you're looking for. I think that if you don't have access to many resources, it's fine. But just see what you can recover from. I'd start with like 50 a day of everything and see how you feel. So part of why I want to is that I feel like that's just where I'd probably create the most compelling content, is in a travel and IRL capacity, you know?
Come on in. I'm gonna
750
explain the
euros for
different
this is
parts
really
and sections
nice.
Of my studio. So as soon as you enter to your left, you can see the clothes section. One of the main places where I keep my clothes.
Dude, and then everyone I invite over is to hang out on my bed, dude. That's fucking...
You can see I do not have a lot of clothes, so that kind of makes it easier for me to store everything here. On to your right, we have the shower. Now again, it's a very compact shower, I would say. You just have to go in, get your business done and come out. You can't spend too much of time. One drawback of this is though that it doesn't have
the steam thing?
ceiling. Yeah.
Twitch streamer WakeWilder saving Japanese birth rates. Yeah, look, I'm going there on a mission. All right, I've been contacted by Japanese officials.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're in the mood for a long hot shower and then you open the door, you come out, it's like, Ooty, Kodaikanal hill station, everywhere steam. And also the first time I entered the shower, I didn't realize how tiny it was. So I took my hand up to take a full shower, and I realized my hand is going outside.
Oh, shit.
I'm like, shit, I need to be careful here. I can't just... Okay, next up, as we walk a little bit forward, we see the television on the left, which is utterly...
I feel like you can only watch the Pain Olympics on this. This is you can only get footage of Jigsaw threatening you, you know?
Useless. I've never used it. I think I switched it on maybe twice in a span of 1.5 years almost. Then to the down we have this made with here.
I think I saw that once. You had it.
Gets the job done. Then on the top we have another shelf. This was the main shelf. I keep most of my groceries and
Weetabix. Dude's taking zinc. He's got his mind on his nut. Let's go, big dog. I love identifying parts of the holy grail of cum in people's vitamin collections. Every now and then I'll see someone with like sunflower lecithin in their closet, and I'm like, all right, big dog. All right, man. Gotcha. All right. He's got zinc. Pure. What is that? Oh, he's just growing a little plant in there.
Other clothes there, and then just random stuff on
What if he has a blood disorder?
top. What's that?
Zinc's great to take. I take it anyway.
Over there. This one?
Yes.
Yeah, so interestingly, this is another table that was bought by the previous guy who was renting. I did
You just
try
kept it
once,
there.
and if you like really
Maybe it could
yeah,
go over
exactly.
here.
This
If you
is
try to squeeze it in,
cozy.
Yeah.
it fits. Cook. I love to cook. I love cooking. Enjoy it. If I really have to complain, I would say efficient and need to. Like that's something that has a positive.
Hell yeah.
Nice, that is a compact fridge.
And then again, 2 more shelves
Little
to
fridge.
keep your pots, pans, and all that stuff. Up here, you have a microwave.
This dude's in college, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, just a microwave.
Also, he loves plants. I wonder if this guy's doing okay.
And then
Standard microwave.
standard microwave, and then
You got your plants.
this is my plant corner. I
Nice.
love this. I like to make. I thought of making like a small corner for myself where I can gather different kind of plants, and
I have like a huge plant situation in my apartment.
though it's very compact, since you have this glass.
I've heard compact
Yeah,
a lot.
honestly, like even
Oh yeah, cool apartment, dog. I'm out. Reject. Not too bad though. I'd live there. I would live just about everywhere though. Like I mean that. I'm like a whore for a nice little tiny apartment. I really am. It's part of why all these like fucking bizarre Tokyo tiny apartments are like really like they're tickling a travel itch. Like I couldn't express. Like I love a compact space that I just go and like sleep in and read a book in and then never touch because I'm walking around and doing shit out in the world. God, that sounds fucking good. You know? How good does that shit sound? What are they doing here? How's it going down here?
You know, I busted out laughing on your first set.
It's probably water weight or something. You're probably just bloated right
No, that's just normal. They're literally.
This is cool. Alright guys, let's see. Where could we... Let's do this. Random travel destination. Let's do an Earth Roulette. Sligo? Known for lunch? You would steal all the girls in Japan. You know what, dude? I look forward to, if I do go, showing you guys how not true that is. You guys know how fucking disheveled I am, man? I'm like unkempt. I only wear fucking tank tops. Big dog. No shot. I do not hit the niche whatsoever. They love long hair? Oh, I doubt it. Oh, I doubt it. You have to shave the beard? I don't want to. I like having a beard. I don't do everything so people want to have sex with me. The beard, I like. All right. All right, boys. We're gonna steal the Declaration of Independence, you know? I'm gonna prove it. That sounds like some kind of alt-right fucking like niche Christian cinema thing, you know? Poorly acted. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna do it with God's help. His light will guide me. Lausanne, what? Olympic Museum? Le Château. Chateau. Alright, known for sightseeing, nightlife. Wow, it's known for a lot. $101 a night. That would get pretty fucking pricey. Swiss canton. Let's see what this looks like. Hold on. Let's see. Do we have any sick apartments here? Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's check this out. I'm out. Some guy's gonna fucking play Wonderworld to me the whole time? Not in. No shot. Spin it. Ooh, Fatima. Yeah, I could not afford Switzerland. No shot I make enough IRLing there. This is fucking stunning though, eh? Look at this. It's okay. This is such an idyllic little village, man. Cobblestone, very like, kind of like elevated terrain. Like, it's stunning. Look, man, I live in a fucking Texas suburb. You know how fucking inviting this looks to me? Could you imagine living in one of these apartments and opening your window? And just like seeing people doing things? This is all walkable. Look at this. Like true walkable, like city design and public infrastructure. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm gonna fucking nut in my sweatpants, dude. I haven't seen a car. Where I can go fucking make my offering to the gods. Look at the view. It's inner city, there are close to no cars there, and you need to stop where you need to go. Yeah, that's called a ring road, man. They work really well. Like, little civilizations sprouted from here, man. And they, like, kept the integrity of the architecture intact. Like, it's the preservation impulse that I find so compelling. All right, let's see Fatima, Portugal. Let's see what we have here. Santuario. Okay. Hold on. Am I... It's the holiest city? Ugh. Ugh. Uh-oh. That's not really us, man. Ooh, 6 aberrations of Our Lady. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, this is gonna be tough, man. No God cities turned into Miami and California. I like how you did like a city and then like the largest, one of the largest states in the United States. You think IRL content would be good? All right, let's see. Let's look up a Seoul apartment. Let's see like a nice small apartment in Seoul. $680 a month? All right, let's check this out. What up? Hello. That was funny. This is insane. She pays fucking $680 here? Where the fuck do you live, man? No shot. I want to live in a walkable big city in the US. I edit videos full time, so I wouldn't be leaving too much. Any recommend that? I mean, that'd be New York City. Yeah, that might be the only walkable big city. San Francisco's not too bad.
So hi guys, welcome to
Denver's
my
okay too.
solo apartment tour. I'm so excited to do this video. Some people were asking me like, why did you move out and stuff? First of all, because I wanted to. Second of all, from where my family house was to get to Naked Soul office, sometimes it would take me like door to door like 45 minutes on a good day, sometimes an hour. So I wanted to move a little bit closer. And now to get to the office, it takes me like 20 to 25 minutes by bus door. Like I've settled and
I don't
upstairs.
I don't want to hear about it.
When I first moved in, which I will try to insert along.
You paid $680 for this spot, man? No shot.
Massive love apartment. I am in love. I am gonna take it. Like there was like a girl that's meant to be coming in like 10 minutes after me, and I was like, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it right now. So
yeah.
I got here first. Sorry, girl. I was actually meant to come at 2:30, but I was like, I had a hunch, and I was like, what if somebody gets it before me? So I was like, I'm gonna come at 1:30. So I am so excited. She's gonna live very close.
Get us into the actual house.
300 with all the furniture of this place. She had like redone everything, like completely new, and basically all the furniture was here, which is great for me. So I literally only had to just move in my clothes and my stuff, but I didn't have to like buy any furniture. I did buy some
Fuck
things,
you.
but like mostly everything was here, which is amazing. So let me show you around. Okay, so first thing I want to say, because this is different to the UK, for example, I don't have to deal with having to carry keys anymore because mostly houses in Korea have like a door lock system. So obviously I'm not going to show you my code. So the fact that I don't have to carry around keys anymore is amazing. Okay.
The windows, the mirrors are nice. Gives the illusion of space.
Up like these. Yeah, I think you can get these like in like.
No shot, dude. Like, how the fuck is it that central? $800 Seoul apart. Wait, dude, this is nuts. Why are they all Annies? Is this the same chick? Why are there just a bunch of Annies living in Seoul? Like, what in the fuck? Traveling in Seoul? What's it like there? 30 things to do? No. Let's do living in Seoul. That might give us more. 10 things I wish I knew? Maybe we'll do that here. Let's check this out though. $800? These places are too nice.
Hey guys,
what the fuck?
It's me, Annie Nova. If this is your first time watching my channel, hello.
I don't like the fucking nomads in Seoul. I don't like them as much. I'm getting very posh vibes. Maybe it's just the accent.
I and talk to you guys about that. It is 1.1, which I believe is around $800. If I had put down 10 million for this place, not a lot. Like, is there any new get it? This is the first thing we see. And then obviously like every
These apartments are all way nicer
household we have
than anything I saw in Japan.
Where you leave your shoes. I have like a little cupboard here for like shoes. I don't have that many, so I only use like the bottom one, but there is a shoe closet here as well, but I just
Dude, you're lucky to get half a closet in Tokyo. That's insane.
like miscellaneous things that I don't have room for anywhere else. So for example, my Hoover and like water and just, you know, masks and stuff like that. So
Who needs
most
all this?
kitchens in Korea don't actually have a oven. They have instead a washing machine.
Who really uses ovens, man? I feel like ovens are kind of like Western. Am I wrong to think that? They feel like they would be primarily.
I know in Europe they have the washing machine in the bathroom, but in
Whoa.
Korea at least you have it in the bathroom, and you get this like 360 view basically from all of the mirrors. With this apartment especially, I'm really into like the
But there's less anime in Seoul. I don't want to go to Japan to engage in like weeb shit. That is not my intent. I don't like anime that much. These are all insane. What the fuck?
The one room we would still be.
Alright, let's figure shit out about living in Seoul. What it's really like living in Seoul. Being a white man in South Korea. Let's get to the bottom of it.
White men in Korea. Do you think there's any advantages as a white man in Korea?
Oh, this
I have
feels
also been
charged.
Not approached, but random girl said hi, just because, she wanted, I guess, to get my attention.
It's especially strange in situations where my
I don't think these guys are all influencers.
Korean is better than their English, but they keep trying to speak English to me. That's really annoying, to be honest.
Alright.
Hello friends, welcome back to my channel. I'm Jin. Today I asked people about how is it like being a white man in Korea. Then let's check it out.
Yeah, the girls in the apartment tours 100% they have to be.
What do you do in Korea?
Currently studying Korean at the Yonsei KLI.
Current exchange student at Kyunghee University.
I mostly work in the translation industry. I work on translations and editing and comparing translations and things like that.
I work at a university.
How has been your experience in Korea so far?
It's been very positive. I have not experienced any negative disposition towards me or me as a white person or as a foreigner so far.
It's honestly the best thing I've ever done out of all the things I've done in my life. And I'm not just saying this for the camera, but
I reap so much benefit being white here. It is bar none.
I'm most proud of my time here.
Oh, that's kinda cute.
Working at the university, working with young people. When I first came here, I thought I might live here for a year, maybe 2, but that was 15 years ago, so.
But people are just so nice to me for my whiteness.
That's a very broad question. Generally, my experience has been very positive. I quite enjoy living in Korea. Of course, there have been negative things, but the positive things outweigh the negative things by a lot. To give you some examples, I'm from a very small town in the countryside.
This
Nothing
dude's
is
dressed
convenient
well.
from
It's
where
cool
I'm
as fuck.
from, but in Korea,
Like his jacket.
I can get anything very close to my home, very quickly. It's very convenient to live in Seoul.
I've been loving it so far. The Korean culture is something else. It's totally not compared
Seoul's
to
beautiful.
Europe. Quite insane how generous and kind people are. And then they're really, really open and nice to you.
Like people are open to foreigners?
No.
That is nice.
Some people have very difficulties with speaking English, and you see that the people, like especially the older people, like they kind of tend to do not want to talk to us because they don't speak our language. First, we thought that they were really racist because they're like in restaurants, like no, don't come here, and we were like, it's just because we're white or something like that.
How is it like being a white man in Korea? I can see a lot of videos about black people living in Korea, but I couldn't see any videos about white men, so I wanted to cover this topic. So what is it like being
here's my thing. Imagine it's pretty fucking privileged, as it is being white just about everywhere. And it is. I've traveled many countries. Never once have I felt other, but never prejudiced or unwelcomed, ever.
white men in Korea?
Okay, so interesting question. I think it's very much changed over time. So when I came to Korea 16 years ago, a white person was very rare, or any foreigners at all, especially outside of Seoul. You always felt...
My Chinese friend got more shit than me. I'll tell you what, dude. Chinese people do not seem to be very much liked in other Asian countries. When I was in Thailand, that was the enduring sentiment from every Thai person. They were like, I just don't fuck with Chinese tourists. For whatever reason, there's some kind of massive cultural disconnect there. They are incredibly not fond of them.
Like people were watching you or treating you differently. It's very different now. Nowadays, I usually don't even think about the fact that I'm different. I feel totally normal most of the time, but not always. And that's especially true in Seoul. When I travel outside of Seoul, I get questions.
I mean, I don't think it's like a really well-founded prejudice. It's obviously nonsense. But Chinese tourists, I think that there's just a lot of cultural disconnect, man.
I get looks, but even in the countryside, it's different than it was 16 years ago.
Well, I can't speak for all Caucasians. I can only speak from my own personal experience, but I do feel like there might be a higher level of tolerance for certain nationalities, for example, Canadian or American versus
This dude's
other
very
nationalities. Kind. I do feel like there are different expectations and standards for foreigners in general, but perhaps there is a higher level of tolerance for certain nationalities.
Could you tell me a little bit more specifically?
Well, I don't have any examples to cite. It's just a feeling that I feel more welcome. It's just how you feel in public, around people, on the subway or on the bus. I feel like Koreans feel comfortable around me. Again, I don't want...
I'll tell you what, man, Korea's sounding pretty nice.
To speak for the Korean nation, but Koreans might have some...
Or should we just, like, really send it and go to, like, Uzbekistan and, like, really get out there?
Reservations or feel perhaps a little bit nervous around nationalities they're less familiar with.
I've also seen the videos about black people having bad experiences because they're black or because some Korean people have not seen or are not acquainted with black people, so it's something new.
Just go totally off the grid, man. Go to like rural Siberia.
To them. I have not seen that about white people, I guess, because they have been more exposed to Western media and like European media. So it's more common for Koreans to know more about white people than black people, I guess.
Mainland China would be really interesting. I agree.
The only bad experience that I've had was 3 years ago when I was on a trip. I went to a club in Daegu where I've been blamed for a small accident that has happened there, even though I did not cause it, and it was just because I was like the foreigner there.
You see a lot of people watch you, and you kind of imagine...
Planning to become Ted Kaczynski? Because I said I'd go to mainland China? Sasha, what? I'm planning to be the Unabomber? Because I'm like, it'd be cool to experience other cultures for a bit. I think that'd be a fun way to make content. And you're like, Wake looks like he'd like to bomb things.
And like, are they thinking of something good or something bad? You see, some people are a little bit afraid.
Yeah, I want to go off the grid and write a manifesto.
Because I'm here with my friends and we're all just really big.
What's interesting is that, like, Korea seems more... I don't want to say westernized, but, like, aesthetically, at the very least, this looks more familiar than what I was seeing in Tokyo. Do you know what I mean? To me.
And sometimes I can see some comments of people who have like darker skin. They notice that people treat them differently between white people and people who have some like darker skin. Do you think there's any advantages as a white man in Korea?
I have some friends from Africa. I've heard stories, and I'm not surprised when I hear stories of people might.
This man is so fucking sweet, man.
To take a seat next to a foreigner, but honestly, I have not experienced any kind of. I mean, there are good and bad people.
Huge American influencer. Yeah, that's what it seems.
Anyone can have a negative experience, but I've been very fortunate, and
it's a really difficult question to parse. I think that generally speaking, white foreigners probably receive better treatment than foreigners from Southeast Asia or Africa in Korea. At least white foreigners who can speak English. But I also feel like that is also something that's been disappearing over time. And I think in Korea there's a very big generation gap. Koreans who are maybe over 40 compared to Koreans who are or something like that to the world.
Racism, stereotypes about white guys. Yeah, what do they say?
Do you think Koreans have stereotype about white guys? Or is there anything you have been told a lot just because.
What are they gonna think of me when
Yeah,
I show up?
especially in class, when we have group projects, they kind of think that we are not gonna work as hard. Like we'll be a little bit laid back and lazy and we only party all day. Yeah, I guess it's kind of true because we do. So Asian people and overall just
He's like, bet.
work
And
harder,
that
I
is
think.
me. I don't care.
Yes, but we do it all in a different way, and we all finish the job at a good time. So
I'll give you two stereotypes. One is a stereotype that my wife had before she married me. My wife is Korean, and she had the idea that, oh, white men make very good husbands, and then she married me and she found out that it's not much of a difference, I think. The other kind of funny stereotype is, these days it's not a big
She found out I was a monster.
thing, but in the
I
past,
do not
a
care
lot of
about
Korean
her.
people would assume that foreigners or white foreigners could not eat spicy food. So I had a friend who went to a restaurant one time and he ordered the spicy dish.
Why do you come in and say OTK, Bert, to Bert? Wait, that's all you've ever said? Oh my god, wait, that's all you've actually ever said. Oh my god. I feel like you've said other things. Like when I see your name, I'm like, I feel like I've seen. No, you've only said OTK. What is happening here, man? It's just always like OTK, OTK.
On the menu, and they told him it was really spicy, and he said that's okay. And they gave him a dish which was not spicy at all. So they deliberately
What a tool!
removed
OTK,
the spicy
OTK.
ingredient.
Bert, hit me with the OTK again.
So he gave it back to them and complained and said he liked spicy food. And then the cook was angry, so they made it as spicy as they possibly could and gave it back to him.
I will say, generally, maybe some Koreans, their impression of Americans might come
He's doing an OTK incantation there.
from Hollywood movies or television series that are popular. So
Yo,
maybe
hope you're doing well too,
foreigners
Verso. Welcome in,
might
dude.
Seem michasa, crazy.
The last question is about experience with girls.
the girls.
All right, this is what we got. This guy's like, all I do is party and fuck. Oh, girls, easy, dude.
Experience that girls come up to you and ask your number or give you a
OTK.
compliment.
Nothing but
they're
fucking
not as
dumpy.
direct as we are, because we Dutch people are very direct. So we immediately ask stuff. I see it from my friends. They immediately go to a girl and ask like,
How big that pussy? what size pussy?
"What's your number? Let's go home." And the Korean girls are like, "Whoa."
Let's go. That's too fast. Yeah, man. Yeah, brother. Do it be pink?
Oh, it's too fast. But you
Yeah, it's pretty fast, bro.
see girls like giggling, and then they shout at you, "Ah, so handsome, so handsome." And they also
His eyes. He went for an impression. Oh man. That's how you know that he comes from a place where there's just less general contempt. He's
also we know it in Korean now, "Yepayo." So we heard that now. "Ah, so handsome, so handsome." And also we know it in Korean now. "Yepayo."
Fuck, that's so
we heard
weird.
That now a lot of times, and it's quite funny to hear.
I can see a lot of comments that it's easier to date Korean girls if you're a white man. And do you think it's true?
I guess we desire what we do not know. I have been also told by one guy that Korean girls are interested in white guys because they're not
Oh,
that
shit!
common here. I have also been approached, not approached,
What up, dudes? Big Paladin raid, man. He cast fucking, what was this? Which, like, Crusader Aura. I'm going faster. We're going to the sky. We got all the homies here. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Mass res to my channel. Thank God. It's dying. Hello! Everyone is in here. Welcome in. We are looking in, guys. By the way, hit that little follow button. Hit that little follow button. Hit that little, guys. You don't look. I'm confident in saying my channel is the NFTs of channels, man. You're gonna want to get in on this. This isn't a scam. You're gonna want to invest now. All right. So make sure you follow. Trust me, guys. It's on the blockchain. All right. Do you know what that means? It's on the blockchain. Does that remind you of a little something called Bitcoin? Don't wanna miss that, guys. So here's what we're doing, guys. All right, listen. Let me give you a rundown. All right, to all my new viewers here, all my new fans who are now my viewers. Right, you guys are my viewers forever. We're doing a little something. All right. I'm gonna tell you one thing, and first things first. All right. Do you want to know what our new content model is? I'm gonna tell you. All right. Check it out. So, once I can afford an IRL backpack, which is hopefully soon, I am going to learn a new thing on stream for 30 days, every 30 days. We're going to dedicate a month to learning shit. Just taking in new insights. Doesn't mean if I decide to be like a welder or something, we're just going to learn a new dumb thing. Do 3 YouTube videos a week, whatever. And then by the end, we'll have like a challenge or something. Be like, we learned it. So that's what we're going to do on streaming. It's going to be fun. However, I also kind of want to get myself to a new country for 30 days and live there. And see how proficient I can get with like the language in the time. So I think it'd be really fun. Yo, Gualo! Welcome in, dude. Thank you for the 3 months, dude. That means a lot. However, where do you guys think I should go? We're looking at videos about Korea right now, but I don't know where else I would want to go. Like, I've been to pretty much everything. I've been to everything in the American continent in Thailand. That's it.
Said hi.
But I don't know where else I want to go.
She wanted, I guess, to
Italy?
get
A
my
lot of
attention.
Italy.
The grass is always greener on the other side. If you were a girl that were surrounded by Koreans and you see a foreigner, then you're more interested, I guess, maybe. To,
learning shit. Yeah, there we
approach and
go.
Get to know somebody.
Thailand I've already been to, though. I did a lot of Thailand. Thailand's cool.
More interesting.
You've been to every single country in the Americas? Everything except Uruguay, Paraguay, and Brazil. And Venezuela, I didn't go. So there are like 4 countries I'm missing.
You're not acquainted with that. I don't know if you have been watching
PewDiePie's Homeland? I thought that was just any bridge. You should learn how to blow glass for a month. Now that would be cool.
Western media, then you also might have like a romanticized vision of a white guy or Westerner person. I guess the same goes the other way. If you watch a lot of K-dramas, then you have a...
Should I go to Wisconsin? Guys, where should I go? Where should I go? I'll go anywhere.
Korean boyfriend or Korean girlfriend in your head. So I think it goes both ways.
Korean women and their taste for men, I don't know. I think there might be...
I've only read.
Some curiosity. Maybe they might want to spend time with a foreigner.
Go to Ukraine? This is going to be a 4chan poll. Someone's like, go to Baltimore. India's untapped IRL content stream location. Yeah, does India have the internet infrastructure for it? I don't know.
But my impression is they might want to date.
Let's go with like living in India then. Let's see what it's like being a foreigner in India. That could be kind of cool. I don't know. Do not go to Baltimore. Look, I've been to Baltimore. I'm pretty good. What about Delaware? No sales tax, baby. India would be cool. Netherlands. So here's the thing, guys. I am a poor little, budding streamer. All right? This is a novel endeavor. I do not make enough money yet. However, I can go somewhere for cheap.
Hey everybody, it's Jasper from Asian Boss. India is well known around the world for its unique culture, which might not be the easiest for foreigners to adjust to. That said, there are over 5 million foreigners living in India, and we've gotten a lot of
India's great for poor traveling. I mean, yeah. I mean, unfortunately, it's, yeah. I mean, it's a very poor country. How about Mongolia? I would go to Mongolia. I don't know. You got him to host? Miss. Propping me up. Thank you, friend. Thank you. Mizzy, where do I go for a month? I want to travel somewhere. What's a good IRL destination? They're saying go to India. They're saying go to the absolute slums of Bangladesh.
May I know where are you from? I'm originally from
Oh, baby. Mizzy. I found, look, Japan's expensive if you want to be, like, if you want to travel well. You know, I am so preposterously and enduringly poor. Like, I really do believe, chat, I could pull off, like, a dog shit fucking apartment with, like, crumbly cork floors. Japan is too basic? Is it, though?
Los Angeles. Okay.
Show them the apartment, dude. Let me show you, like, all right, this is, I'm serious. Like, cheap Tokyo apartment. This is honestly, like, I'm telling you, when I see this, I'm not upset about it.
What you partly get back when you move out.
Look at this.
Guarantee fees, agent fees, and key money is out your pocket and never to be seen again. Also, some apartments may have monthly management fees.
I don't hate this. 2 really big windows. They open fully. You have a nice view of the town there. It's got fiber internet because that's how far behind we are by way of internet infrastructure in the US. I mean, holy shit.
So be sure to factor that in. Okay, so this is...
In terms of IRL content, it's overdone. Yeah, but has WakeWilder done IRL content there? You know what I mean? I think that's the difference. Has Wake done it? Because, like, I feel like IRL content isn't about where you are. It's how you, as the individual, interact with it.
Is what a $200 apartment would look like.
$200, man? Dude, that's pretty much all I get paid by SFan to say nice things about him and pretend that I'm not living in a basement doing chores for him.
In Tokyo, let alone it's
that's like my whole stipend.
On the outskirts of Tokyo, it is still $200. It has a lot of person.
That's my tithe to the paladin.
OWO donated
$2.
Hey, Wake, would Ms. Diet increase his test to give him all TR hit acne and hair?
What the fuck sentence was that?
Head, or did he start TRT? No comment.
What sentence did you just write to me? Hold on, I have to actually see this real quick. Would Ms. Diet increase test to give him all that? Acne and hair comes mostly from stress. I imagine Ms. is pretty stressed. Anything could do that, though. His diet likely wouldn't do it. If anything, it would probably be trying to counter anything with acne. As for hair came from stress. It was like really acute fallout, and it seems to have stabilized. So I don't know. Probably the best thing to look on it.
Personality. So when you first get in here, you can see that it's about 4.5 tatami mats, less than 10 square meters.
Yeah, stress from what? Why would Miz have been stressed? We just finished Camp Canute. Why would he be stressed?
So first of all, let me just take you to...
We just finished Camp Canute. He is hitting 60,000 viewers. Why would he ever... What do you mean? Isn't it September? Why would Miz be stressed? Fucking...
Just walking into the left-hand side, you have this kitchen sink area. I believe it works just fine. Being that it is a Japanese apartment, you do have this area here. It's kind of the entrance area where you just leave all your shoes, so... Whoa. You can see...
Yeah, what could possibly be creating stress for anyone? Fucking God. Look at this, though. Let's talk about me, all right? Let's make this about me. The streamer. All right? How do I redirect this to all me? You know, it's been really stressful having a stressed out friend, you know? I don't think enough people are checking in on me about it.
It's a little bit unsteady.
I would say Italy for sure. Culture, food. Yeah, I would love to go to Italy. I don't have money, man. I don't have money. How much does that cost? Hearts in chat. Thank you guys for coming, for rallying for me here. Thank you. No, when it comes to like anything involving hair and acne, so many things can change that, man. Especially stress can be a massive point of that. But I'm not sure. It's hard to say. Testosterone could increase from having just a better balanced diet and being more active. When I first rebounded out of a major deficit and really poor dietary selection, I got a ton of shoulder acne. I didn't get any hair loss, though, but like hormonal changes from rebalancing your endocrine system with proper nutritional input absolutely can happen. So it's one of those things that's hard to say, like longitudinally. You just have to observe over time.
Entrance here is a little bit cracked, and so when you step on it, it does sink in a little bit, which is a little bit scary.
I would love to go to fucking Norway, man. Norway would be so fun, but Norway's also very expensive. You know?
Especially since Japan is earthquake prone.
Learn how to be an MMA fighter in 30 days? That'd be insane. I also don't really want to get punched in the face, you know? Like, I don't. I love being able to think. You know what I mean? Oh, fuck. I love being able to think. I do not want to not think. Also, hey, guys, if anyone wants to sub or donate money to me so I can buy an IRL backpack, I'll come. Here's another thing you can do. You can just keep
Flush
watching
donated
me.
$2. Not gonna lie, Wake, if you became a travel streamer and rizzed up women and then had other content on another site, I would totally tier 7.
So check this out, boys. All right. I know you guys are familiar with the Bang Bus. Check this out. Bang Train. I talk about the virtues of proper public transportation infrastructure while having hot sex abroad. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. We lure them in so we can train pill them.
So it does have a light here that works properly. So that's pretty nice. And then I
We're not gonna...
believe these like spigots here, these little nozzles, are for connecting a gas stove. So you can probably put just like a little gas stove here. Interestingly, the apartment comes with its own broom as well.
I would love to be a travel streamer. I am not gonna go rizz up women because I'm not a fucking loser. Not a fucking loser. I'm not gonna go out into the world and like put women on the spot and tell them that I'm obviously live because I have a fucking camera in their face and that they better not be fucking rude to me in any capacity because I'm broadcasting them. God, fucking. So that other people think I'm cool and can get laid.
The door itself has 2 built-in locks, which I guess is nice. You have a doorknob lock, and then you have the chain lock above. Moving on into this room, you have space.
So guys, this is where we neg them. You're ugly. Check this out. Eating out of my hand. Wait, where are you going?
For a desk, you have space for a bed, just enough space for yourself.
Whore.
It looks like the tummy mats are
Dude, she clearly was not into guys.
just a little bit warm, so you just gotta, you know, I guess you just live with that.
I could live here and be so happy, man. Except this is pretty tough. I'll be real. This one's pretty tough.
And the wall itself has just a lot of history. If you just look around.
Oh, now see, this guy's a born salesman. This guy here is this wall is a lot of history.
And the wall itself has just a lot of history. If you just look around, you can see.
That's now. This doesn't look accidental. Women bad, very mad. Look, that place had bad vibes. I'm into this.
Something must have happened here at one point.
That's for E-Rob to look through. Yeah.
Here as well. And here you do have some closet space. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a clothes hanger, but I'm assuming that if you reached up here, you can put your own bar if you really needed to. It looks like the door is just right.
Look at that.
If you needed to
Easy. $200, man. I don't see why people think living in Japan is expensive, you know? All right, let's see. Whoa, how are these people? Okay, what's the thing that shocked them the most about India?
Yeah, here I am.
I came to India for love. Actually,
Oh, because she already knew someone. I was like, really?
met someone from Bombay, born and raised here, and I met him when I was living in Vietnam. So I had moved from Los Angeles to Vietnam for 2 years, and I met him there, and I was ready for the next adventure, and so I was like, okay, let's check out India and see what that's about.
When you came to India for the first time, what was the thing that shocked you the most?
I think hundreds of cows roaming around on the campus. It's a lot, and
that's a lot of cow. That's a lot of cow, dude. To just have sprawling. That's a lot of.
I have an apartment in the ground floor, and sometimes the cows enter the building, and they come and they almost knock on the door of my neighbor.
That's sick.
It's not on mine yet, and they go through the trash and just
Yes.
like they take their space. So I think it's a lot. It's very invasive in this way.
Hey man, it could have been a human, you know? Could have been a human.
Yeah.
People doesn't make line. Yes, people do not make any lines, and also yes.
Why isn't there order? Get in the fucking line.
For example, when yes, I was visiting to Delhi at the first time, and from the airport there was 5 lines of yes, cars in the road, but people make 7 lines.
We have been to a restaurant here, and some places people eat with their own hands.
Okay.
That's a habit that we don't have in Brazil.
It's not really a habit, but
So it was something that shocked me also.
You
I
need
can
some
say
naan.
that. And after eating,
honestly, eating with hands is fucking based. We made a lot of unnecessary steps between food and mouth. A lot.
the mattress gave us a bowl with hot water and lemon.
Okay.
And it was not happened with me, but my friend thought it was to drink that and not to clean their hands. Yeah, so it was a funny history, I can say that. And the cultural shock also.
Well,
I only use a spoon. I only use a spoon. Forks are fucking... They are vestigial to me at this point. I think we have evolved beyond the need for forks. Spoons are sufficient for everything, in my opinion. I have one bowl and one spoon. Guys, I'm telling you, I'm made for this shit. I am made for this shit. I cannot wait to do it. I have a bowl and a spoon, and that is the entirety of... And then I have my bottle. I do have my bottle. Pasta, I don't need it. I got rice. And then guess what? If I do have pasta, fucking break it up with the spoon. It's going to be more resilient to actually slicing through things than the fork is. That could bend one of the prongs. No issues. Steak, eat it with my hands. I'll funnel it to my mouth with the spoon.
I was first learning Hindi, and one of the first words I learned, the first 2 words I learned was truth.
Honestly, though, would love to see you explore the Middle East or India. That would be great content that's not often explored. I would love to do the Middle East, man. I don't know if they're gonna like me. I would be afraid of offending people culturally. Like deeply afraid. India would be really cool, though.
Yeah, which is like, motherfucker, or whatever it is. And the other one was shukriya, which is thank you.
Yo, Bing Bong, thank you so much for the sub, baby. 3 months. Why so afraid? Only because I really don't adhere to a lot of, religiosity, and I just fear that I would, trample some kind of faux pas on accident or something, you know?
Thank you. Okay. And they're so...
Of course I could offend people in India. I could offend people anywhere. That's absolutely the case. I mean, I'd be down to go to Turkey. I'd love Turkey. Armenia. There are a lot of places that honestly, I think it would be really good to go to any place in the Middle East, because that's a lot of what I explored and experienced when I was traveling through South America, right? Is that, there is so much kind of xenophobic panic about the perceived instability of other states or other nations that is totally unfounded. Granted, there is relative political instability, but I went through Nicaragua during, legitimate fucking... rebellion, overthrowing a government rebellion in 2018, and was totally fucking fine. People were nothing but accommodating and kind and receptive, and in every country I had visited, dude, Sinaloa, Mexico, the literal heart of the cartel, completely fucking receptive, kind, courteous, curious, everywhere.
Close together that.
Well, it's a way of making it seem as if every other country has it wrong, and that everything that the United States does is the sole reason for its, stability, the stability you enjoy, you know? and that elsewhere, it's just utter pandemonium with nothing but murder, and it's because of the economic turmoil that's been created by years of experimentation with alternative systems, etc. It's a false narrative meant to engender a greater degree of trust in the American way, I think, ultimately, and to distrust anything that could destabilize the hegemony of very clear ideological pillars.
I had, one day I had hailed my own rickshaw, got back to my house, I go to hand him his rupees, and then I'm like, Chutia, Chutia, and I was so excited to tell him Chutia, and then he's just like looking at me, and it's like...
Korea's super high on my list. I would love that, especially because we already have like homies there, like Charming Joe and Hachu. I think it'd be really fun.
Oh, foreigner, madame. So, you know, I've had a few instances like that.
Prior to coming to India, did you have any
perspective? Received no
build stereotypes about India.
But the fact of the matter, and this is what I want to say, is that just about everywhere, we have nothing but people who are curious about people and wanting to help, love, and experience other people and all that they represent and all that they've experienced themselves. Everyone's interested in that discourse, that exchange of experience, and that the deepening of understanding that comes with it. People are generally compassionate and caring, like they are. And the more I travel, the more I know it. So don't let the fear that is peddled via media that's meant to alienate you from other places, other ways of life, other cultures, other communities, keep you from exploring them and experiencing them yourself.
One of them is that the place is dirty, you know, all the countries, so people don't take care of their...
Is Truth or Dab going to be the whole next... I don't know. I have to check. I'll announce it on my Discord, though. ! Discord, by the way, guys, if you want to be a part of that. I'll announce it when I have sufficient... I haven't had enough entries previously, but I do want to.
As the way they should do.
There were a lot of perceptions. I mean, you know, if you're Korean, Koreans tend to have this negative perceptions of India, like...
Truth or Dab is like the dab with hot sauce, exactly.
India is dirty,
I have the hot one set up.
All of these things are there.
Where do these stereotypes usually come into a foreigner's mind?
I think it usually comes from the media, like the newspapers or...
Someone said in those third world countries like Syria, etc., if you do contact the government, they will supply you with military protection while you're there. I mean, there are certain countries that I'm sure have a relative degree of instability that you wouldn't want to touch, but it's not because they're third world countries. It's because they're like an active wartime or something to that extent, or there's like massive like insurgency takeovers or something, but nothing like that, period. Oh, Mrs. Totally stealing that from you? Good.
Or, I mean, mostly the newspapers, because...
It's not an original idea.
Korean newspapers, when they talk about India, there are two things. One, when PM Modi visits, or our president.
For women, especially, by a survey done by Routers. Do you feel safe at times here?
You know, I feel safe. I do. Yeah, but I mean, as well, I'm in Mumbai, and I think Mumbai is a very safe city compared to places like.
Heard a lot of that about India, but not.
I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about India. It does seem cool. I mean, China would be really fun.
Hey everybody, it's Jasper.
In some countries, aerial streaming also gets you into some issues. Government, Jay Streezy in Egypt. Wait, Jay Streezy got in shit in Egypt? Really? Interesting. When are you planning on doing the move? It wouldn't be a move. It'd just be a month. I was thinking maybe April would be good. That'd give me a lot of heads up, and I could really, like, you know, pool a sort of enthusiasm for it, which I'd really like to do. What about Russia? I mean, honestly, I would love to go to Russia in every way. I wish I was a millionaire so I could help people live their dreams and pay for them to travel the world and make me so happy. Although they can return to some videos of your journey. Okay, man. You don't have to be a millionaire to help me, man. You showing up, hanging out, following the streams means a lot. But I know what you mean, man, 100%. And part of why I want to do that is, one, very selfishly, because I enjoy travel and new experience, but also it makes more accessible these kinds of experiences, you know? China would be interesting, but I would worry for you. Why would you worry for me? I think China would be really cool. I don't know if they're cool with that, though. If you go to Russia, you're going to be Brittany Griner so fast. I am a fucking orphan. I am a poor orphan with very niche internet celebrity, if you could even call it that. I am not getting Grinered. I am a sober, poor orphan. I might be American, but Joe Biden would be like, he can die. There would be no bargaining. There's no outrage. They're like, I mean, do we really need him? Don't have any family to be like on fucking, you know, Good Morning America. Like, no, we have to get him back. You know? Got nothing. I would get dumped. Just about like streaming in China. Not sure how legal it is in CCP. Yeah, it could be bad. Don't go with illegal stuff and you'll be good. Yeah. They take one look at your politics and be like, yeah, you can take them. Yeah, they'll watch my very like anti-American leftist sentiments, at least anti-capitalist at that, and be like, yeah, all right. We don't have to die on that hill. All right. Why do foreigners love India? Wait, this could be good.
I also love the fact that in India, family has first priority.
I also love the beautiful Indian landscape.
If you like mountains, if you like beaches, if you like jungles.
I definitely thought you just said if you like bitches. That's definitely what I just heard.
The beautiful Indian landscape.
If you like mountains, if you like beaches, if you like...
Damn right. Boys, we're going to India!
Jungles, wildlife, we have everything.
My favorite meal right now is khichdi. I'm in love. I have it every day. There's so much to love, like Jai Hind.
Hi, my name is Ivana, and last Friday, the 14th of January, 2022, I actually just completed 4 years of living in India. I grew up in a tiny European country.
Dude, people from the Netherlands love to get out there, man.
But better known for its capital, Amsterdam. I have many videos on
Amsterdam would be so cool, man. Fuck me.
Why I left, which are linked in the description below, but India was and is my favorite country in the world ever since I set foot on its soil. Landing in Bengaluru on January 14th, 2018, I didn't know if I'd be able to live in the city and make my dream a reality of not just traveling in India, but actually working and living here. Oh my goodness, finally back in India.
Might be my favorite genre.
It feels so good. And again, it feels like coming home. From finding my first apartment to meeting my first flatmate Nishta.
I'm Nishta. This is my room.
Honestly, India looks pretty great. I feel like a lot of what I actually see of India only really highlights like true abject poverty. Like I'm surprised at how like not fucking chaotic the infrastructure seems to be here. At least what I'm seeing here.
Who became my Indian sister to now adopting my
What if I go to fucking India with the sole intent of penetrating Bollywood? I feel like Bollywood would be fun for us.
Indian fur daughter Bambi and getting to show off the best of this country. Mother India always took care of me. With her blessing, I'm here living my dream life.
I feel like I could play the generic white dude in India. In an Indian, like, Bollywood film, you know? Like, the guy who, like, they're not supposed to be with, you know? Because I kind of feel like that's, like, what they do. And they'll be like, no! Not him! And I'm like, ha ha ha! I have stolen her! With my charm! I beguiled her with my Western charm!
In my favorite
and then I lose, you know?
Country
I don't know how, but
even though foreigners living in India are quite rare,
they don't like casting foreign actors much, yeah. But I feel like they frequently use white people, right?
So where you normally
I do feel like, and there aren't a ton of white people who are, you know, from India.
Only hear me raving about India on this.
They have like 10 Western actors. Shit.
Channel. I had.
Let's make it 11.
A different idea for my 4-year anniversary. In order to celebrate this anniversary, I asked some of my foreigner friends why they love living in India, and of course at the end of this video I'm also
Congratulations for living in India since 4 wonderful years. You were one of the first YouTuber I was following, and your videos about India year, and I'm super happy to have a friend around like you. So cheers to many in India, on every corner in India. And I'm not gonna lie, there's not
Indian food is so fucking good though, man. It is so fucking good.
Single day passing without me having at least one Indian meal per day.
She has picked up the accent, which kind of makes me wonder if she's fucking, you know, Alec Baldwin's wife. What's her name? You know what I'm talking about? She just like fakes a Spanish accent. Absolutely not in any way, shape, or form. What's her
Another
name?
reason why I love living in India.
Yeah,
is the
Hilaria,
Indian culture.
whatever
I
it
love
is.
the traditions. I love the old rituals. I love the celebrations all
Yeah.
over the year, and I love the fact that there's every month at least one.
She Baldwin
One of the things I like most about India is the South Indian breakfast.
Yeah, I do. South Indian breakfast.
One vada.
Hell yeah. Oh fuck. Guys, you have to realize I have had nothing but chicken and rice for like 2 years, man.
The best breakfast in the world. Also, chai on the street. Has to be on the street. Has to be in the little
Fuck you. No, it doesn't.
small glass, which is completely illogical because it gets so hot you can't hold it, but for some reason it tastes better out of the small, burning hot glass. I also love the beautiful Indian landscape that can be so...
No, if I travel to another country, look, man, I'm disciplined. I'm not fucking myopic. Like, I'm not an idiot, you know? I know when's the time to, like, absorb new culture and experience an environment, you know?
diverse.
And you should
Where
too.
I'm staying here in Tamil Nadu, it is beautiful to go for drives in the country.
Man, I feel like I'll go to South Korea and pick up, like, the fucking, like, you'll get, like, alcoholic wake arc. I'm afraid I'll, like, start drinking.
Stena Pick. I am originally from Croatia. I'm the founder of Project Kal, which is a social enterprise which deals with masculinities and reimagining positive masculinities in South India. We work
Nice.
with men and boys ages 14 to 18. And I'm also a very proud Indian, South Indian daughter-in-law.
You guys aren't ready for, like, drunk wake arc. I don't want that to ever be a thing, but, like, it would be... That'd be a renaissance. I mean, there'd be a quick unraveling thereafter. But,
I
you know...
moved to India 3 years ago from Dubai. So out of those 3 years, obviously, a year and a half has...
I don't drink. I mean, I've drank before. I haven't drank since I was, like, young. That's not true. I didn't drink. I drank when I was very young, like 13 to like 15. I would like steal booze and fuck around with my friends and everything. Go to parties when I was in high school a little bit, and then I stopped drinking when I was 15. I didn't really drink again until I was about 22. Like I had like a drink on my 21st birthday. Didn't really drink again until I was about 22, 23, something like that. And then I would drink I drank socially from like 23 to maybe 24. Stopped drinking when I was 24. Haven't drank much since.
It's been the COVID years, but even with that, I think India is one of the most exciting places in the world.
Guys, we're just getting started with the streams. I really think IRL would be a really fun avenue for us. I'm just worried. I don't know if people are going to show up, and it's like a big financial gamble, and like my streams are doing well right now, so it's kind of scary. But I feel like it would be really fun. Like I think that I wonder if people will be there. You know, that's what worries me.
Yeah, of course, I second everything that my friends have already mentioned, and I would like to add to that the main reason why I love living in India, which was actually the main reason why I decided to shift from the Netherlands and start my life in India. That reason is, for me personally, that I feel my quality of life in India is a lot better than it used to be in the Netherlands. And there are actually two main reasons for that. The first one is the weather. I've mentioned this before, and it actually surprised me.
Should do an epic cheat meal stream with Espen and Bonnie. I'd be down. I haven't had a cheat meal in a really long time. Do you have an IRL stream set up? No, which is a great reason to give me your Prime subs.
A lot of people. I will elaborate about that a little bit in the end.
I do not want a sugar mommy. That sounds like a fucking dark bargain.
And then the second reason is that you can get so much help here in India.
Yo, okay, so thank you so much,
that
dude.
Your life actually becomes a lot more easier as well. And I'm going to start out with that one actually because it is the main discussion point that starts in
What would you eat for your cheat meal? Honestly, I don't know, man. I do have a bit of I haven't had like a sweet thing in a long time. I think it'd be fun to get like a loaded donut of some kind, maybe a pizza. I do love pizza. Pizza's like the one thing I can't really replicate on a dietary level. I don't consider a burger a cheat meal. I consider a burger more of a refeed. It's not like a total overload. And I can kind of get the experience of eating a burger through food that I already make. It's hard to do that with pizza. Like, you can't really make that happen.
Whenever I mentioned that the quality
I don't think it's hard to
of
find good pizza. I think it's hard to find great pizza. I think all pizza's good. I think that it's hard to find like transcendent pizza.
in India for me is actually better than it was in the Netherlands, especially from my Indian viewers who live and work in the Netherlands, because they feel that the work-life balance in the Netherlands is a lot better than it used to be in India. I don't know what kind of job you have in the Netherlands, and yes, I can definitely vouch that if you have like a regular company job or a government job, you will definitely leave your work at 5 p.m., be home at 6 p.m., but then at the same time, you will also have to do a lot of domestic housework yourself, because that's not common to get in the Netherlands. I'll elaborate on that in a second, but if you're working a corporate job in the Netherlands or are an entrepreneur, which I did both, to be very honest, I don't feel there's that much difference with a work-life balance between the...
Okay. Let's see. Where else would this send me here? Schaffhausen. Schaffhausen. People go to Schaffhausen, Switzerland. Yeah, so she's like, I exploit cheap labor. However, I do know that, like, in Mexico, for instance, like Mexico City, there's massive wealth imbalances, and it's actually kind of horrific. But I know that, like, it is considered shitty to not have, like, a housemaid in, like, someone who essentially, like, lives in as a maid, things of that nature, or not have, like, essentially people you employ in your estate if you can afford it. Schaffhausen? My sh is really good. Wait, what? Sh? What do you mean? Patna, India? What up, Patna? Known for museums. See, these things are way too high. Puebla? Puebla? Where else would we go? Modena. Honestly, hold on. Living in Italy. That people really want to see Italy for some reason. Thinking of moving to Italy? Watch this first. Huh.
When you wake up one day and you realize that Italy will not make you happy, life
That's so fun. What a fucking cold open. Thinking of moving to Italy? Watch this first. There is no joy to be found here. You will not be happy in Italy or anywhere else. Everyone you know is soon to die. What the fuck?
different here. It's not always that Italy will not make you happy. Life is different here. It's not always sunny. It will be noisy. It will be chaotic sometimes. Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. Today I wanted to talk to you about an unusual topic for me, a very particular, because as you know, I never make videos about cons of Italy, cons of living in Italy, simply because it's my philosophy that we should not concentrate
so she's gatekeeping
on the negative things and instead concentrate.
If we do an Italy arc, we'll make the Italy will not make you happy as a soundbite for subs.
On the things that really matter to us. And this video is not about cons of Italy. This video is more about peculiarities of Italy, and maybe some are more general and are valid for other countries as well. This video is about things that we should consider before moving abroad and moving to Italy in particular, and about things that we should ask ourselves before moving, because I feel like some people do move for different reasons, and maybe some people move for the wrong reasons. And If you're planning to move abroad, if you're planning to
All I hear is Super Mario.
move to Italy, especially, watch this
What's this dude doing like the steady cam
video
work?
first. Watch this video till the end to find out what I'm talking about and which questions you should ask yourself before doing this very important step. Now, if you're ready, let's get into the video.
I don't love Italian food. I mean, I do, but like, I don't, like, I'd prefer more of a rice-based cuisine, honestly. Because I eat so much rice. And there are so many places like that, you know? Yeah, what's your beef here, man?
First thing first, you should understand that moving to virtually any country will not make you happy. Italy is a fantastic country, but you cannot rely your happiness on it. Italy will not make you happy. It is
I don't know, man. The lady in India told me I'd be happy because I can hire maids.
simply not enough. If you want to move abroad to escape your inner demons, spoiler alert, you won't be able to do that, and you'll end up disappointed. Because, you know, anxieties and insecurities, they don't have the concept of borders, and you'll just end up carrying all this emotional baggage with you, and you'll probably end up very unhappy in your new country, even if this country is Italy.
No, they're true.
You
That's right.
simply won't be
That's
able
valid.
to enjoy all that this country has to offer, and I think it's
She's like, if you're depressed, you're just gonna be depressed in Italy.
very
Which,
important to understand
dude, what is going on with this? Just fucking tripod it.
that you have to work on your happiness
I am so very sad.
first, and then you have to move abroad, thinking that living or moving to a sunny
Well, you can do both, right? It's like you could work on your happiness anywhere.
beautiful place, as Italy certainly is, will make you happy, is very wrong, and it's not a good reason to move here. Thinking that Italy will be somehow better than your home country is not a good reason to move here in the long term.
Well, yeah, I mean, I traveled a bunch while depressed, and it was true. I was depressed while traveling, but, you know, wasn't
you see,
too
at
bad.
the beginning, while you're still at the tourist stage, you might think that this country has everything you've ever dreamed of. But this stage will pass, and when you wake up one day and you realize that you're settling down here, you're living here for real, you might start getting disappointed for honestly no reason other than that you thought that
I was going with Eastern
it
Europe,
would be somehow better. Italy is incredible.
because
but
she
you
says it like Italy. Italy will not make you happy.
have to learn to love your country first before being able to love other countries.
You are racist, Car, yes.
It works the same way as it works with relationships. Love yourself first before loving others. I've met people who talk terribly about their home countries, thinking that everything worked better here. But afterwards, you know, after living here some time,
Doesn't want depressed outsiders in our country. Do not move here. If you are a fucking loser. If you are a sad little boy, stay at home.
same terrible things about Italy as well, because the problem was with them. You either can be happy wherever you are, because this happiness comes from within yourself, or you can
Okay, I want to hear about Italy, lady. I don't want to fucking talk to you. I want to hear about Italy. Wait, downtown home in Italy? Holy shit. That's kind of scary for some reason. I don't know. The cost of moving to Italy and living well as an expat? Ooh. See Naples and die. Is this the same person who made it? Is that... What's going on here? Downsides of living in Italy? Jesus. Schaffhausen? We will go to Schaffhausen. What happened to the list? Are we evaluating options? We are evaluating options, yes. That's what I'm trying to think of right now. Because there are too many things, there are too many places I want to go, man. Go drink tequila in Mexico? I've already done it, man. Miskiff is from Italy, that's why it's bad. Based. You guys let me know what you want me to look at. Where do you guys want me to move? What should I look at? I don't know. Okay. Yo. List of possibilities. All right, let me pull that up. I think I have a Google Doc of all the places I've been thinking. We don't have everything yet, but we have written some shit down. Let's see. Drive. All right. It's about drive, all right? It's about power. We know this, right? Man, do we stay hungry, boys. Pull up the globe. What's a possibility? Everything. All right, this is what we had so far. We had Tokyo, Portugal, Barcelona, Paris, Cologne, Thailand, Vietnam, Iceland, Switzerland, Poland, anywhere in the Balkans, Budapest, and the Baltics, honestly, both. Budapest, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Berlin, London, Norway, Netherlands, Italy, Puerto Rico, China, Scotland, the Congo. That was a joke, I think. I'd still do it. Russia, Ukraine, South Africa, Nepal, and Austria. Already visited. I have Thailand, Canada, Alaska, Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Honduras, Costa Rica, Panama, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Argentina, and Chile. Cologne, one of my good friends lives in Cologne. And I'd just like to go visit him. He's like a friend I haven't seen since high school. He was an exchange student who I just really hit it off with, and I thought it'd be really fun. Put it through one of those websites where you can... What's that? Hold on. Lake Como?
Offbeatness with a heady whiff of aristocratic old days romance. Lake Como is lined with elegant
I don't think I can be poor here.
19th century villas crowned by snow-capped mountains and busy with fleets of little ferries. It's a good place to take a break from the intensity of urban turnstile sightseeing. It seems half the travelers you'll meet have tossed their itineraries into the lake and are actually relaxing. Today, the hazy, lazy lake's only serious industry is tourism. Lake Como's isolation and flat economy have left it pretty much the way 19th century romantic poets first described it.
I mean, it'd be very pretty. It'd be cool to maybe check out. I don't think I could pull it off. I think it'd be too, let's see. Let's go with living. But I feel like they would fucking hate me as an American, man. Life in Paris, the things I hate? Jesus! Can anyone just say it's fun and they should do it? My God. It's like that dude who strictly makes content about how New York is imploding. He's like, don't go to New York. It's officially over for New York. New York City's on the decline. You know, it's like people they strictly make their fucking money doomsdaying. Paris smells like piss. That works for me because I piss myself all the time. So I'll fit right in, smelling like piss. All right. Living in Paris, things I hate. Let's do this. Watch before you come here. What parts of Mexico did you go to? Like all of them? Not really. I stayed, so I went down...
Let me begin with this.
I went down Baja California, from La Paz to Mazatlan, all the way down the coast to Mexico City to Oaxaca to Guatemala was kind of my thing.
Okay, I love this city. I think Paris is amazing. I wouldn't have moved here otherwise, okay? So this city hasn't made me bitter yet. Nah, I'm just kidding. It really has not. I don't think it will. I hope it doesn't. And look, generally speaking, I feel like I've contributed quite a bit to the dreamy, romantic look.
Cherubs are weird as fuck, man. These things are weird.
I feel like I've contributed.
They all just look like they're saucing on you. Like, look at how fucking they all look like they're just saucing.
Romantic look of Paris, right?
Like it's like a flex. How expensive was the ferry? Cheap as fuck, man.
Rooting for the French, and
I mean, everything in Mexico is incredibly affordable, man. Like, in some of the best food I've ever had in my fucking life. But I love Mexican food, man. The carne asada is so good, man. Really well, like the way that they infuse a lot of like citrus into their food is super tasty to me. I love Mexico.
Trying to get all of my friends and family to come.
Fucking world-class ceviche as well. The ceviche in Mexico is fucking amazing. I think it's radically underrated. A lot of people talk about Peruvian ceviche, but I preferred everything I had in Mexico personally. It just felt more citrus infused to me, which I really, really enjoy.
Come here to at least visit or even move. I do think it's the most beautiful city in the world. Whoa, are we gonna debate that? No, we're not. I mean, I don't know, you can in the comments. And look, I have a responsibility, don't I? I can't just talk about the positive things, right?
Sure.
A lot of people come to Paris after watching my videos, and I don't want to let people down. You should know. You should know what you're getting yourself into.
Okay.
And if I'm going to criticize the United
man,
States,
I went to Oaxaca.
I have to be equal with my criticisms
on the way, at
so
least.
in this video, despite the love
I didn't spend time in the actual town of Tequila, but you know, I was proximal to it. You know, where all the agaves like really grown.
This place.
Had a ton of mezcal in
These are
Oaxaca.
the things that I hate about living here. And I'm gonna skip some of the big ones that I've talked about before, okay? Like, for example, the bureaucracy, the complete lack of AC, the constant construction work, and the cost of this place. We're gonna get more into the nitty gritty.
Okay.
All right, without further ado.
What are the people like? That's all I really care about. Is it gonna be good content?
Deliveries. Guys, we lived through a pandemic. At this point, we should all know how to do deliveries. We should have systems in place, and those systems should be perfected. And yet, for whatever reason, ordering stuff to my apartment here to this day is still one of the most stressful things ever. First of all, if you're
Sounds like you should go fucking walk somewhere.
Person, you have to pick it up. It's always like, hold on 1 second. Hello? If you don't answer, you are not going to get the package. Why? Because you needed 2 codes to even just enter the building. And even though I've written it all down in the delivery instructions, nobody reads shit. Okay, next. Because the French like to pretend that we're still living in the 1300s.
Oh, well, I mean, like, yeah, getting good Peruvian food in Canada's got to be insane.
You also have to specify what floor and
probably just
where
non-existent.
the door is located, because my apartment doesn't have a number. It just doesn't. It would be so much easier to just slap a number on the door, right? And then you just have like a good dash to the...
Is this just going to be this dude monologuing the whole time about it? Metro.
Why? Because, for example, in my...
I want to see why I should go, not why I shouldn't. All right, I'm looking for blind encouragement here. Does this dude not get it? Let's go with most popular. 30 days of cold showering. You did not learn Italian in 7 days. Shut the fuck up. For people feeling behind in life, check out my amazing life. Got it. Video for introverts. I don't think I like this guy. What I learned living with a narcissist. He's hitting everything in the algorithm. He's doing all of it, man. Meditating 1 hour a day. The solar system theory. Simple way to organize your life. Why I will never come back to the United States. Cool. Learn Portuguese in 7 days. No, you didn't. He bought $1 million house in France. Okay. I'm out of this. I'm out. I don't like him. I don't like him. Why? Whoever fucking injected all of that track and field shit into my fucking channel, man. It's like a whole niche of YouTube for people who can't find pornography. It's just like sexualizing Olympic athletes. I don't know why it's a thing, but it is. And people used to send me them like a year ago. And it's never left my algorithm at any fucking point. This is not true, by the way. It's stupid as fuck. What a dumb fucking thumbnail. Okay. What did I want to look up? Okay. So Paris seems like it could be cool, but I don't know. Maybe it's a bit fucking bland. I don't know if there's any reason to actually do this, you know? Vietnam? Ooh, let's try Vietnam. Let's go living in Vietnam. Maybe this will be good. Why I live in Vietnam, and should you too? How much I spend per day? It's very cheap. Vietnam would be cool. I haven't been, but I have been to, I have spent a lot of time in not a lot of time, but I did a month in Thailand, and I loved it. I loved it in Thailand. Belgium is underrated. I think Belgium would be really cool. I agree. What do you think I'd get, though, from, like, Belgium? Like, what do you think the ultimate, like, why should I do it? My digital nomads should not move to Japan. God, dude, people love to doomsday. All right, let's see what Ninja Teacher says.
I first arrived in Vietnam 7 years ago, and since then I've called it home. And there isn't just... Here's one of the things, Vietnamese coffee. And just getting a Vietnamese coffee right on the street, sitting on these little red stools.
Okay.
Vietnamese coffee, which is a... So it's still at home here. You feel comfortable, me at least. I think Vietnam is a very welcoming country, so the people are friendly and kind.
Street vendors are so fun, man. Opportunities in education, okay. I feel like they don't make a lot of content about this. Vietnam seems very, let's say, like, underexplored from a content standpoint there. Why you should not move to Vietnam. Noise. Cutting in line. Stupid as fuck. Kurt Kaz? I don't know if I've watched Kurt Kaz. What does he do? Very welcoming, if you're right. Yeah, I do drive motorcycles, but I don't know if I ever want to get back on a motorcycle, to be honest with you, dude. Like, I almost died so many fucking times doing that. I do not know if I want to do it again. I rode more on a motorcycle than I ever could, than most people ever will. And I'm so fucking lucky for it. Let's see, Kurt Kaz. Oh, man, I know this guy. He's the one who always baits, like, me and this chick. It's always girl and thumbnail. Venezuelan girl takes me into her hood. Yeah. Cool that he went to Kenya, though. Kenya might be a good place to travel. I don't know if we can, I don't know if we could do IRL, though. Let's look up, best internet infrastructures in the world. Probably cellular. I need fastest mobile internet speeds. Okay. Continue that disabling. Get it on my fucking face. Fastest mobile internet speeds. Bulgaria. Cyprus. Interesting. China, way up there. Fucking Christ. South Korea, way up there. Hold on, broadband speed. No, I want the mobile speeds. Mobile. All right, let's go here. I don't really know how this is curated though, you know? People do speak highly of South Korea's mobile internet infrastructure though, so that could be a really good sign. Canada's pretty fucking low. Sweden, Singapore. The US is there. The US sucks, dude. The US fucking sucks by way of internet. Okay. Tokyo looks like it could be the best bet for us, but it's really hard to tell, man. It's really hard to tell. Italy does seem fun, but I feel like for solo travel, dude, like rural Tuscany would be so nice. Wait, what car? What is it? Huh. Let's see. Best countries to move to. Let's see if there's like a top 10 best countries to move to. American expats. What do we have
welcome
here?
back to the Happy Truckers channel. My name is
Portugal,
Mike,
Spain,
and
Australia,
over the past
Uruguay,
years,
Thailand,
interest
Germany,
in living
Czech
abroad
Republic.
has increased.
Let's go with living in Prague, maybe? Don't move to Prague before watching this. Cost of living in Prague. Prague could be cool. Czech Republic I'd be really into. Why Prague is the best city in Europe? Let's do it.
I think we can all agree that Europe is an amazing place with so many things to offer. After visiting every country on the continent, most of them twice, there is one place that I keep coming back to because I truly think it's the best. And that city is called Prague.
Stunning. This is so pretty, man. Like, the United States has no architectural, like congruity at all. Like, there's just nothing. Everything's so incongruent and disjointed. Look at how captivating that is.
Welcome to Prague, a place where East meets West, where beer is cheaper than water, and where everyday views...
That does not bode well for me. I drink a lot of water, and I'm very sober.
look like this, and this, and this.
It's a nice kind of compact city. It's beautiful.
It's so magical. It's out of a story.
After the best looking women in the world, Czech Republic has also the best beer in the world.
I'm very Slovakian though. Am I doing myself a disservice there?
I don't even know where to begin. Charles Bridge, John Lennon Wall, Dancing House, Jewish Quarter, Old Town Square, Rigrovi Sadi. Just everything about this city is amazing.
Kanye hates it, man. They got a whole Jewish Quarter. Kanye's gonna be that is not
peaceful. The people are nice. The food is great. This city has always been my home since I lived and studied abroad here for 5 months in 2012, and I'm so beyond excited.
This does seem captivating. Also, like I have a good amount of Jewish ancestry. It would be kind of cool to connect with that, especially because Slovakia doesn't like Hungary. Interesting. Yeah, Czechoslovakia was what it was back in the day, but I'd be on the Slovakian side of it. What do you think about going to Vatican City? I mean, I'd love to see it, man. Just to look at the excess of the Catholic Church, you know, and all the theft and the exploitation.
To share with you why I think it's the best city in Europe.
You can't just enjoy something, by the way. It's impossible.
Let's start with the prices. The Czech Republic uses the crown, not the euro. This means that things are much cheaper here than in Western Europe.
Who are these
a 10-minute
guys?
Uber ride is $4. An amazing Airbnb like this is $100 a night.
Not bad.
And a plate of cevichkova is about $5. But while Czech cuisine isn't anything too special, they do have a claim to fame in the food and beverage department, and that is through its beer.
So we're standing in front of a...
This doesn't do anything for me. It's actually so much about beer. I'm gonna be utterly fucking... I don't want to listen to anything about the beer. Hold on. Alright, fine. We'll look at it.
And of course, with a heavy beer drinking culture, you better expect to find a wild nightlife scene.
Look at how goofy everyone is, man. Nightclubs are so funny. It's just people trying to drink enough to be loose enough to connect with people who also want to connect with them, but are afraid people aren't going to want to connect with them, so they drink enough to feel loose enough to do it. I'd do Romania.
You better expect to find a wild nightlife.
But like the clubs are just so goofy. Like look at how stilted and like it's charming just how like earnest everyone's effort is to like partake in something collective. Like people are just so desperately looking for some point of connection, and it's awesome because we all need it. Like we all do need that fundamentally. Clubs are a false reality. It isn't a place to like, you know, because it's where a lot of people who are like fundamentally insecure and inquiring kind of find themselves, you know. Not that like you're insecure for going to clubs, but like a lot of people who are trying to like make sense of like, do people want to be around me? What do I do with my time?
Life scene.
You're just young, typically. Look at how goofy all the dancing is, though.
Prague is so special because you can really be whoever you want. You can wear whatever you want and nobody will judge you. Nobody will look at you funny. This is very unique. Prague is big enough to feel like a city, yet small enough to feel like a village.
You kind of feel that everybody knows each other here.
Yes, it's the capital of the Czech Republic, but you can walk from one end to the other in about an hour. And even if you don't like walking, then hop on a tram or metro, which efficiently covers every single part of the city. Last but not least, one cannot...
Imagine that. Fuck, man. The ways in which a well-designed, lubricated public transportation infrastructure just connects a city, makes it so that cultural experiences are within reach for everyone.
Come to Prague without being stunned by its charming cobblestone streets and historical sites. Scattered around the city are medieval castles like the Tin Church, Náměstí Míru, and Vyšehrad, but nothing is more eye-opening than Prague Castle, one of the oldest castles in the world dating back to the 9th century.
That is so like captivating. That has to be Gothic,
Whether
right?
you're looking for big city life, small rural vibes, or just a place to take in the magic, Prague is your city.
This could be a good one, man.
For the rest of my life. Hey guys, thank you so much.
That could be a really good one. Hold on, let's see Bratislava. Because that's Slovakian. Wow, way less videos about Bratislava. I don't think people give a fuck about Bratislava. Holy shit. Is it worth visiting? Jesus. What's like the best tourist city, Slovakia? Let's see. Where do they want you to go? And oh wow, if number one's Bratislava, that's pretty tough. That's tough. My people, man. I'm also Polish, though. Maybe we can look at Poland. Take the walk there, you know? Really pretty, though. It seems more distinctly Eastern European. You know? I am like just about every European ethnicity I could be. Let's see what the verdict is on this. Good one-day trip from Vienna. Yeah, this does not look like it for me. Let's go with living in... Let's do like Warsaw. Poland seems great.
So I've been living in Poland for over 2 years now, and Poland, and especially Warsaw, if you ask me, can be a very nice place to live. But there are certain things that you absolutely need to know in order to decide if Poland is the right place for you. So in this vlog, I will tell you everything you need to know before coming to Poland. I will be talking about education, jobs, salaries.
So the worst thing about living in Poland, and something that you should definitely know if you're considering to move here, how does it work when it comes to finding a job when you are a foreigner? The most dangerous place in Poland, I guess, is... So this video...
Oh wait, this might be better for us. Let's see.
In today's video, I'm going to share with you things I like and things that I don't like about living here. So yeah, I've been living in Europe for a year, and it has been a crazy adventure, and it's been.
We're gonna take the walk there for sure.
Definitely a culture shock, but because I know the language, it was much easier on me. But today, I'm gonna share with you a few things I like and a few things I didn't like. I have 11 good things and only 6 bad things, so not bad. Okay, so these are in no particular order. I'm just gonna run through them. The first thing that I really like is the climate. I spent about a decade in Las Vegas, so we either had hot or not so hot. And to be able to have 4 seasons is super, super nice. I like the sun, and I like the snow, and I like the fall. I like seeing the leaves change.
Awesome.
It's very pleasant for my eyes.
I agree.
The second thing, the landscape and the surrounding mountains and everything here is really nice. Like, everything's super green here because of the high moisture.
I don't like that the man's in a car, though. That's a bad start.
Lots of rain, so, I mean, forests, green, mountains, hiking, biking, skiing. It's amazing. You could do everything here. The third thing that I really enjoy is the slower pace in life. Like, everybody just kind of is relaxed here. It's very un-American. In America, it's go, 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 work, 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 sleep for 4 hours, then get back to work. Here, I mean, lunch is super long. Like, if you go to eat at a restaurant, they don't give you your check right when you finish. They, like, wait. You can have coffee and dessert, and, like, they're in no hurry. They don't want high turnover at their restaurants. They
Hell
sit there
yeah.
and enjoy your time. People, like, take long walks in parks with their family, and they, like, sit on benches and, like, feed squirrels. It's crazy. It's so relaxed here. And Sundays are completely off, so if you haven't seen my other video, watch that one. The next thing that I like is the culture.
If you're reading this, you are worthy of anything you desire. That's a bad thing to
There's
say.
buildings here from the 1400s, like castles, like huge, gigantic castles with walls and towers. Like, there's a lot of history here.
Poland's a
The people that
coconut
live here now
culture.
are, like,
U.S. is a
generations
peach
and generations
culture.
and generations. Like,
You
Polish
approach
live
people
in Poland,
slowly, and they
super
warm up to you
homogenous.
after a
That's, like, also really
while.
good thing
Interesting.
About Europe is, like, you go to Greece, there's Greek people. You go to Italy, there's Italian people. It's very, very homogenous. The next thing I like is Europe in general. Like, every country.
All right. The don'ts of Poland. Got it. You know what? I think I'm ready to look elsewhere
I've been living
for my insights. What have we already knocked off here? So far, Tokyo, Seoul, Tokyo, Seoul, and Prague seem to be the ones that are the highest on the list for me right now. What else do we have? Let's look up, let's look up Barcelona. Because I think Barcelona would be really fun. Ooh, Budapest. We'll look up Budapest after this. I do think it'd be cool to do that. Portugal, I think, would be really fun. Portugal seems really cool, man. Let's go finances.
At the port, it's a lovely day. So let's talk about the first thing, finances. I mean, Barcelona is not the most expensive city in the world, but still you need to have some money to live here. And in order to do that, you can apply for one of the international companies here, or you can work for one of the startups here in Barcelona. The community for startups here is really, really great, so you might have some chances there, and also you can freelance, obviously, or live from savings if you're that fortunate. So, Barcelona is not the most expensive city, but let me tell you something, the salaries are super, super low. The minimum wage of Spain currently, as of right now, in 2019, is 900 euros. Guess what? How much we pay for our apartment, which is 30 square meters. And if you're lucky enough, you'll find a job which pays you a bit more, because Barcelona is one of the wealthiest parts in Spain, and the average salary here is around 1,400 euro net, and that's quite okay, but not the most salary you can earn in Europe. But please, don't be discouraged, because it's possible to find a job here. I'll include some links in the info box for you below, so you can find a job here in Barcelona. And also, if you speak fluently English, it should be possible, and if you speak Spanish, it should be no big deal to find a job here. Moving on to number 2, how to find an apartment in Barcelona. Barcelona is a fairly small city, so you can live almost everywhere. What I recommend you to do is also look around the city center, so it's a bit cheaper obviously, but also in the suburbs. So what I recommend you to do is to get an Airbnb for at least 1 or 2 weeks if you go really risky. And if you want to be safe, get it for 2 to 4 weeks, and I recommend you to get it in the outskirts because it's quite expensive to get an Airbnb here as well. So take a look at the Airbnb.
Let's look at lifestyle.
To live. Me personally, I really enjoy it that people are not too hectic and stressed out, such as in other bigger cities. For example, London, it's a really like hectic and dynamic city. It can be also really good, but
Man, they just point to like any kind of like Protestant culture, and they're like, get the fuck out of there, man.
Personally,
people are unhappy.
Enjoy more the calm and chilled lifestyle, and that's the case here. People are more focused on getting out and spending time with their friends and family, and it's what I really value and I really enjoy it. That means also that restaurants sometimes even open really late, like at 8 or 9 p.m. to have dinner. So the Spanish dinner and lunchtime and stuff like that is really delayed. So for me as a German, it's really different to have dinner at 10 or 11 or lunch at 4. So keep that in mind. And I thought before this...
That works perfect for me. Protestant workout.
Gorgeous day ends. I'm gonna use it and go outside and enjoy this lovely weather. I mean, look at this. It's so pretty. Moving on to the next point, which is the Spanish traffic. It's much more different than the German traffic. People are driving really close to each other, and sometimes if you park your car, you might get a beso.
I'd hate
Hot
that.
already. I was sweating, I was wearing a t-shirt.
I don't think Barcelona's high on my list. Let's check out Budapest. Let's see. What do we have here? Hold on. This is Zoomer's Guide to Sweden. Venice, France. Interesting. Why wouldn't they want to live there? Not a lot of guides for living there. Let's see. Yeah, where would I want to go? Let's see. I need like a good guide for this. Spin it. Where would this put me? India again? Makes sense. Stamford? Absolutely not. Niagara Falls? No. Pasadena? No. Japan's pretty, man. I get that it's played out to people, but
What's up, guys? My name's Tyler. I'm an American expat currently living. I found this to be true so far. For example, this apartment, which I'm renting right in the center of Budapest, cost me about $550 a month. Now that's all in, so that includes all fees and utilities. It's a small place, a loft-style studio, which you'll find a lot of here in Budapest. Now, I've met some local Hungarians as well, and I've asked them what they're paying for their places, and I've learned that if you're staying for a longer period of time, you can expect to pay a little bit less for a place this size, between $350 and $400 a month. Some other common expenses, like public transport, are also not bad at all. You can buy public transport tickets one at a time for about $1 per ride, or you can buy bundles or month-long passes, which will offer you a bit of a discount. Now, as in any city, when going out for food or drinks, there's often a wide range of prices you can expect to pay. But there are definitely some really good deals here in Budapest. For example, I just went and had a lunch menu at a nearby restaurant here in the city center for €4. That's like $4.50. At other restaurants, you can expect to pay $10 or even $15 for a plate. Speaking of going out for food or drinks, I've been really pleasantly surprised to find a multitude of nightlife areas or places to go out and socialize. For example, from my apartment here in the city center, just 1 block to the east, there's a long pedestrian street filled with bars and restaurants that goes on for kilometers. And then 2 blocks to the west, there's another street like this. markets. Both of these streets and so many others across the city are extremely pedestrian friendly. You can find just about any type of food you can think of from all around the world. There's an okonomiyaki place, which is a Japanese Osaka-style pancake, just 2 blocks from my apartment. There are Thai restaurants, Mexican restaurants, and also a ton of tapas bars, which is something that I've really been excited.
Yeah, it seems cool. Am I vegan? No. Check out Moscow. I don't know how accepting they are of old Wake in Moscow these days. You know what I mean? We're kind of a contentious, you know, international lightning rod for controversy. Oh, living in Greece. That's a good call. Let's see. What would it be like for me to go to Greece? And why I left? Jesus. My life in Greece? I'd rather be in Ukraine?
Hey guys, as you can see, I am still in Athens, Greece. It's been 2 weeks. It's still summer, even though it's basically
Jesus.
November 1st. I'll give you an update. It is a very beautiful city in some places with lots of rich history.
Look at that shit, man.
It is very cool that you can come up and actually touch the marble that's been standing here for thousands of years, by the way. Well, the first bit of good news is, as you can see, my eyes are completely healed, and my hand, mostly. I have a bit of a broken pinky nail still that hopefully will heal, but overall, I'm feeling good. The weather has been nice. Some really bad areas as well. Alright, so I'm living right here, and just next door. Right outside the city center. It's basically the city center. It's 2 metro stops away from the Acropolis, which is thousands of years of history. But this is actually what you see most days walking around.
Yeah, I don't know what this dude's deal is. Oh, so this dude went to Ukraine then. This dude did that. Wow. He actually did that. What a fucking titan. Dude was like, I'd rather be in Ukraine, and then fucking went. Oh, he's Ukrainian? Okay, that makes sense. I mean, it'd be cool to be in Greece, I think. Let's hear.
Greek statue look to kind of match the theme of today's video, but I just look
They
like a
love
crazy
that.
Dutch girl. So I thought, okay, maybe I'll just distract everyone from this style by doing something interesting with my lips. But I don't know if any of this is working. For years now, a lot of you have been asking for me to talk more about Greece, and I'm finally doing that. It's about time. I don't know why it took me so long, but let's get started. I asked you on Instagram to just send me whatever questions you have so I can cover them all in today's video. So just to give you a little quick background on me, I am actually half Greek. The other half is Portuguese, and I am born and raised in Greece. I speak Greek. I've been to school in Greece.
Jesus, chat. You guys just coom out of control, man.
Well, I do consider myself Greek. But both of my parents have actually grown up in the US, in America, and they have been raised as Americans from immigrant families. So I can't really give you a lot of input on what a Greek family is like because I have been raised a little more unconventionally. And I also speak both Greek and English. Both of these languages are my native languages, so this is why my English is so good or terrible, depending on who it sounds like, because obviously I am that I think you've probably already heard of, and the Orthodox Christian church food, since most of you guys are vegan or vegetarian or interested in that. So first off, how hard or easy is it to be vegan or vegetarian in Greece? In my opinion, it's super easy because first off, Greeks cook with olive oil. They don't cook with animal fat, but also traditional Greek taverns and restaurants do have a lot of vegan options. I've made an entire I also was asked what is my favorite Greek taverns, and it's despite the fact that
This is not relevant to me.
Cold, and but in the mountains and in northern areas, and it's actually a really great skiing that's completely freeze your ass off when you go out. And then another question that I got about Greece is what are the best places and also like the more non-touristic places to visit in Greece, so places that are maybe not islands or stuff like that. I haven't traveled in Greece. Beaches,
Jesus
beautiful.
Christ.
The place where my dad is from that are made of stone, and the environment, the terrain is much more rocky and wild. I don't know, it has a very mysterious feel to it. Unfortunately, I've heard of it, so you can get a general idea of what they look like. Minimum wage, it doesn't mean it's an ethical.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna figure this out right now. Why is she my Greek counterpart? 'Cause she's people talking out of her skull. Let's see. So, Greece would be up there. Best places for American expats. Let's see. Let's see what they have to say here. I don't need the easy one. I just mean, like, what's a cool place to be with? What's a cool place to go to? 3 reasons you shouldn't move to Dubai. Sick. 10 most comfortable and cheapest countries to live in. Look, man, I said I wanted to travel to relax, not to escape any kind of criminal charges, alright? No reason to go to Romania right now. I don't have to bribe anyone. It's cheap living in Bali? Yeah, but Bali's kind of played out, man. The amount of influencers who go to Bali... it doesn't even, it feels like it's like a tourist destination. I don't really want to, no, Romania would be amazing. I'm making an Andrew Tate joke. I would love to go to, I want to go to a place that doesn't specialize in tourism. Like, Japan doesn't really specialize in tourism. You know what I mean? Nor does South Korea. But like Bali, Thailand, a lot of their economy is really rooted in tourism, which is why I'm not super interested in going there. I kind of want to just assimilate, you know? I'm not super interested in this, you know, performance of... I mean, Vietnam would be interesting. I think Switzerland would be too expensive, you know? That's a big point of consideration. Come to UK. Let's see, like, living in Finland. Is there anything to that? What? Wow. I swear to God, these videos really clean up, man. They fucking love this shit.
Hey ja tervetuloa kaikki. Just kidding. My name is Kat Rivers and welcome to my channel. If this is the first time you're coming here, don't be shy and go ahead and click the subscribe button. I make videos about my life in Finland and cultural differences with America. Let's get to it. So the first thing that shocked me, and I'm going to put this in a very good category, but also weird category, it's showers. So showers here in Finland, amazingly, you just have a shower head and then there's like no walls to separate the shower from the rest of the bathroom. So once you actually go into the bathroom, you might have your toilet, your washing machine, you know, that space where you walk around in the bathroom. Well, that is all connected to the shower. So if you're showering, water will just go everywhere. So the second thing that was pretty shocking and surprising is the fact that I have not needed to have a car here. So I'm very used in America to using
let's go. Hold on.
So once you to separate the shower from the rest of the bathroom.
That was pretty common in Thailand, too. It also makes a ton of sense. Like, I don't even think that that's a problem. There's just, then you can piss on your floor, do whatever you want, you know?
So once you actually go into the bathroom, you might have your toilet, your washing machine, you know, that space where you walk around in the bathroom. Well, that is all connected to the shower. So if you're showering, water will just go everywhere. So the second thing that was pretty shocking and surprising is the fact that I have not needed to have a car here. So I'm very used in America to using a car
we are
every day
going
to do
to
everything.
Finland now.
So, you know. Okay, the third thing that was kind of shocking and surprising at the same time is like people here literally don't give a shit what you wear. Like if you're a doctor,
it's because it's fucking frigid. They're like, we get it, just stay warm.
Or a nurse or a teacher or, you know, whatever.
I don't, you know, Israel's kind of they're doing some pretty fucked up things right now, man. It doesn't
matter what industry you're in unless you're a politician. Like I have seen people in every type of like profession with super colorful hair, piercings, even tattoos on their face, necks, whatever,
Sick.
and pajamas here. And sure, why not? So another cool thing I learned or discovered or noticed here in Finland has been just like any kind of bureaucratic process. Anything you need to do, you can basically do 80% of anything online. I got my apartment online. We never had to meet anybody like from the agency. They just said, oh, this house is available, go see it. We went to see it without anybody. And then we just...
Dude, Finland's fixed everything. It's such a fucking... Dude, Finland might be the closest we've gotten to really figuring it out.
I said online, yes, we paid money into an account.
It's so well,
and then
like, dude, their education system is so fucking pristine.
we went to pick up the keys at some like
so well
point,
realized.
And like, so the next...
The total, and it starts with the fucking outlawing of private schooling, man.
One is recycling.
Force the people of actual influence and means to take an active interest in public infrastructure.
I'm guessing most people that watch YouTube probably know about the existence of recycling and maybe have attempted at some point in their life to recycle things. But here oh my god, it is next level. I have upped my recycling game so much. Like, you know, you've got the cardboard, you've got the tin cans, and then you've also got like the plastic bottles, which is separate from the bottles, and then you've got the bio, and then, you know, the burnable kind of waste. There's so many different kind of categories, and it makes me feel so much better about what I'm consuming. I don't know, and it's very, very easy to recycle here. It's like, so this next one, number 7, is, I know, it's just a tiny little thing, but I find it so weird. Here in Finland, people drink so much milk. Like, okay, first of all, for me personally, I don't know, maybe like this is an American thing, but I didn't see it in Spain either. It was kind of weird. People, like, usually, especially grown-ups, don't drink milk, like a glass of milk. Maybe I've seen people like drinking milk in the morning, perhaps once in a blue moon, but they'll drink milk here at lunch and dinner with their meal instead of water or juice or tea, like milk, straight up cow's milk, and it's super weird. So number 8. This one is more like realizing the level of my ignorance. So Panama, just to paint a picture, is always between 30 and 32 degrees Celsius, and very high humidity. The sun rises at 6, the sun goes out around 6:30 every single day. You know, it's a very stable weather, and it's very warm. Hot. It's not warm, it's hot. So for me, a hoodie was already kind of like a jacket. I would put it in a category of a jacket. But when I came here after going through winter and autumn and spring and summer, I have come to know that there are so many different kinds of jackets, and for so many different types of purposes and types of weather, and you know, that's something that I never even thought about. I thought
Nature's own sport. Honestly, I mean, well, milk is kind of the perfect food. It's the only food that has really strong representation of all three macronutrients, really micronutrient dense. Like, if you can digest milk and you don't have any problem with it, no dietary or digestive issues, you should do it.
Thought like, okay, if it's winter, just throw on like a big jacket and that's it. No.
And like I've had to get like windproof jacket, waterproof jacket, winter jacket, super winter jacket. You know, like they have like wet snow winter jacket is different from the dry snow winter jacket because you know the knees are different. If you're biking, you're different if you're just walking and going by bus or whatever.
Okay, so the next one,
so you're gonna need a jacket. Got it.
Is price of water. Water is hella expensive here, so you don't really need to buy water because the tap water is completely safe and it tastes wonderful.
Then I'm doing
but
that.
If you're out and about and you don't have access to a tap, then you have to buy a bottle.
Unless vegan, sure.
Of water, it's about the same price as the soap.
As always, yeah. Unless you make an ethical or whatever kind of moral decision you choose to make, based on your code, as you've come to internalize it, you know, based on your observations of the world, and the verdict you reach independently, yeah.
Soda, which I didn't understand, but that was pretty shocking. At least, like when I walked in through the airport and I went to.
Yeah, but we were just talking about cow's milk's like nutritional value.
The first shop, like the closest shop to the house for the first time, just to buy a few things. And I was thirsty, and I'm like, I want to buy a bottle of water. I'm like, what? It was almost the same price as the airport, which was already kind of expensive because it was like €3 for a bottle of water. But then the supermarket has it at 2, and I'm like, what?
Probably to discourage you from using plastic, ultimately, right? Like that's what it's got to be. Yeah, of course, Jan.
Thanks.
Of course.
But you know, that actually kind of forces you to always think about like carrying your own water anyway, so you know, that also.
Yeah, I imagine that that's the case.
So last but not least, this one was a.
And because they have ensured the drinkability of their own water, it probably makes sense, whereas other countries where that isn't the case, they like outsource it. And I wouldn't doubt that there's some kind of weird collusion there as well with companies that essentially make water a commodity that they profit from.
Pretty big shock for me, and it's that nobody lives with their parents. I mean, like, it is so easy to become independent from your parents here. It's ridiculous. Like, people go to college and they'll already get their.
I just feel like Finland would be so normal that IRL content in Finland wouldn't exactly bring viewers,
student apartment or whatever, like since they're 18 or 19.
We gotta go somewhere different.
Back in Panama and in a lot of countries in Central America, and I think now in the US it's becoming more and more frequent due to the prices of rent and housing and stuff like that, that you just stay with your parents for as long as you can. Like
Finland would be cool. Oh man, yeah, these prisoners in Finland.
This man is serving a life sentence for murder.
I'm sorry, I'm a little body conscious, as you can see. I've gained a few pounds.
A dip in the frozen lake behind the heck tree in the world. Citizens
of normality principle that prisoners should be treated.
I mean, I just want to travel, but I have to consider content. Cape Town,
equally, even though they are prisoners, but they should have access to same services and rights as other citizens.
Amsterdam would be really cool. Yeah, this is a really, really well-considered prison system. You love South Africa? I mean, we can look up living in South Africa. That might actually have some interesting... the truth about living in South Africa, a foreigner's experience. Let's see it.
Africa, like I said, has a very unique history, South Africa. It's a very wealthy country with mineral wealth. In the late 1800s, they discovered diamonds there and gold, like two of the largest deposits of gold in the world, and diamonds, and platinum and other. So that led to a huge just gold rush there in the late 1800s and developed the city of what is now Johannesburg. Johannesburg is probably like the economic capital of all of Africa. It's the headquarters of, there's a stock exchange there. It's like the most economically developed place. So there's a lot of wealth, and the country has in the areas around Johannesburg. It's almost surreal, and you have to recognize that South Africa is one of the most unequal economies in the world. Like, you'll have people with enormous amount of wealth living a very short distance away from people who are living in almost abject poverty. South Africa, like I said, is pretty developed. There's really no like starvation there. Like, it's not like a National Geographic Africa. It's there's the people there. There's plenty of food and water, but there's many people who are very at the poverty. They living in poverty, and they'll be right next to people mostly white who are not living in poverty.
I don't think I want to go there. I don't think I want to be there. That sounds pretty tough. It's not about me being unsafe. It's just like I don't want to witness that. That sounds heinous. It would be an interesting stream. Yeah, probably would. These people who generalize everything, right? They've seen this one thing and not the whole country. I know an American streamer lives in Germany, and she moved into that house where she found a lot of things that are different to us in the U.S. and automatically assumed that are... a lot of things are different, and she automatically assumed that it's like this everywhere in Germany. And yeah, people do that pretty frequently. Cape Town / Johannesburg difference, that was staggering. I mean, there's a lot of really cool shit I do want to visit, man. It's more about just picking where the best content's gonna be right out of the gate. Jesus, can we not rant much about, like, anything involving, like, Zionist or, like, any kind of, like, adjacent conspiracy for now? Like, Rothschilds kind of, like, it's just not really the point of today's stream. If we do it later, we could talk about it another day, but not now. Can we just agree? Like, enjoy talking about other countries and, like, fun places to visit. Croatia would be cool. Turkey would be cool. Hold on. Yeah, we could do Turkey, I guess. It's really hard to select, dude. There are too many places to visit. Like, prefectural capital. Honestly, I think Japan would be really fun. Let's go filters. Can we do continental filters? Yeah, let's do... I don't want North America, but Asia, Europe, South America, Africa. Yeah, alright. Let's do that. Apply and spin. That's what we need. Spain, okay. Puerto del Carmen, I'm okay. I mean, Germany would be cool. I just don't know if that'd be good content. Brazil would be great content. Brazil would be amazing fucking content. Yo, good night, Zen. Take care, dude. Fuck, man. I'd be into doing Brazil. Make sure you have an off-duty cop by your side in Brazil, though. I don't feel as if it's gonna be as dangerous as people tend to report here, personally. That's my experience of travel in general, is that the hysteria surrounding it is often much, much, much greater than is ever warranted. I don't think I'd do Australia. Tour. Le Tour. I'd actually love to see Cuba, man. Serbia? Beautiful horizon. That would be so cool, man. The guy got a local guide. Yeah, the favelas would be a bit different, obviously. I've been to Mexico so many times, man, and I've traveled so much of it, I don't think I want to go again for a while. I think I'll kind of want to try a new destination. Netherlands would be cool. Hungary would be cool. I've been to Argentina. What the fuck? This has to be like Scotland or something. What am I looking at? Or like Welsh? That's bizarre. It's got to be Welsh. Klagenfurt, Southend, Peel. Where's the Isle of Man? Is that near the UK? Oh, this is all COVID restriction. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know here, man. There are a lot of destinations here, dude. Montenegro. A lot of Brazil, man. Brazil would be really cool. They really want to send me there. Holy shit. Tunisia would be cool. Honestly, anywhere. And I would love to tour some parts of Africa, man. I've already been to Thailand. I did love it, though. I just think I'd want to maybe diversify if I could. Love the way Brazilian Portuguese sounds. Portuguese in general is so sexy, dude. Known for diving. Dude, everywhere in Thailand is fucking pristine with diving. God, I wish I could live stream diving. That would be so fucking cool to me, man. Holy shit, I would love that, man. Tripoli. Ooh, Lebanon would be really cool. Lebanon's stunning. Yeah, known for lunch. I saw a few of those over time. Yeah, they're really funny to me. Oh, fuck. I don't know, man. There's just too much to do. I'm scared of diving. I had a cousin drown doing it. It's scary. Honestly, diving is scary. You have to, like, you realize how close you are to dying at any given moment, you know? How if you just, like, shot your fucking... They do a good job of training you in safe environments, but, like... There's, like, very real mortal risk. Could you explain why you think certain places would be better for content than others? I think that the better the cultural contrast, the more the cultural contrast, the better, right? So, like, the more I look like an outsider, and the more I am an outsider, the better, you know? That's how I see a lot of content as it'll be, you know, internalized. And I don't mean, like, racially. I just mean, like, the less I understand the culture, the better it would be. You know? That being said, most of these environments would definitely create that for me. But there are a lot of things that are just more Western aligned to the point to where it's, like, relatively similar, but there will still be things to explore, obviously. I think I'm honestly just overwhelmed by all the options. Like, I would love to just do this, you know? I think it would be so cool to just be out there. Engagement is easier when you're closer to the people, social environment, though, right? 100%, yes. But doesn't get any tourism. I don't know if I'd be able to stream it, though. Like, I would love to do it for my own experience. I don't think I'd be able to stream it. Yeah, it would be really cool to be able to go to Moscow, man. Moscow's fucking stunning. I do love the game on hard mode, but I also die a lot when I do it. You know what I mean? I don't do it very successfully. Which is kind of the issue. I honestly think Tokyo might be the play. Moscow does seem really cool. But I think Tokyo would be the play, man. It's distinct enough. That or I'd either do Tokyo or I would do Seoul. Seoul would also be really cool. Bergen. Go hang out with Melena's family. That'd be weird for me to do. Are you just looking to live somewhere? Or just visit for a month, man. I feel like the content comes from the streamer and their willingness to do new things or show their audience the environment such the people, so any place would work. I agree. Do you like Japanese food? Yeah, I love Japanese food, man. And at the end of the day, also, it's like a lot of Japanese food's also just like grilled meat and rice. Pretty easy. Low-level Anthony Bourdain producers meeting. Yeah, I mean, what were some of the best, like, what are the best, like, you know, like, parts unknown kind of destinations that have been, you know, explored out there, you know? We already looked up the Philippines would be stunning too, man. I would fucking love the Philippines. Hold on, I gotta respond. We're still looking at places to go, man. Yeah, we're trying to find our ideal destination for travel right now. I'm trying to think of what would be the best for content primarily. Dude, Austria is stunning, man. Look at these fucking homes. Holy shit. Little mountain people. I do need solid cell servers for the backpack. That's the only real consideration. Let's get music going again. Rome? Always wondered why there's not a group of streamers that just travel together for content. Because, yeah, the content would be great, man. That's more or less what we're looking at now, or what I'm looking at. But I love traveling independently as well. That's always something I've been kind of bound to. I like meeting people as I go and being receptive to those experiences. I think it's funny when your city's known for camping, because that kind of tells me it's known for, like, not being a city. Like, known for, like, not staying in anything that resembles a city. You know what I mean? That's kind of the whole concept there. I don't think I'd want to do Australia that much, only because it's just so... It's not American at all. It's not, like, I don't want to call it that, but I feel as though it's so culturally approachable, I wouldn't find it all that interesting. You know what I mean? Ooh, the Netherlands would be pretty. But I feel like, don't we do TwitchCon Amsterdam pretty... Isn't TwitchCon Amsterdam normally, like, where it is they do TwitchCon in Europe? I feel like I'll just go there next time, you know? I don't have to just pick one, but I don't think I'll do multiple in a row, because I'm pretty bound to, my medications, and I can only get month supplies of what I take for ADHD, and I don't really want to live without that personally. So I would have a hard time doing longer than 30-day stretches, unless I was able to work that out with, like, my physician, which maybe I could, but it'd be tough. I do think Poland would be great. Yes, my meds I can travel with. I mean, I wouldn't go to a place where I couldn't. I think the known for lunch thing is fucking hysterical. Flatland with no real sights to see. Well, I mean, it's like Riverlands, ultimately. It might not be about natural beauty, but it's so efficient and culturally robust, right? Oh, I have miserable HDMI, man. I've been pretty much bound to medication for the last decade. I mean, it saved my life, really, but Adderall, no, I take Vyvanse. Vyvanse does not get you arrested in Japan. You can travel with it. You can travel with Vyvanse to a lot of places, actually. It's really not that big of a deal. Yeah, I cook for myself a lot regardless of where I travel. I would not want to eat out every meal. I would want to get a good sense. So I'd probably, this is what I could guarantee for the majority of my travels, guys, is that anywhere I go, I can promise that probably once a week I will try both a different breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And then I'll probably find the meals I like and I'll stick with it forever. Yeah, natural substitutes do nothing for me personally. I mean, like, you can get maybe, like, marginal benefit at that, but no. For me, I have very little assistance. You just fucking went on your moto trip? Yeah, that's kind of how I learned, man. I mean, I did essentially, like, 7 months totally cold turkey and was absolutely fucking miserable neurochemically. I needed to essentially, like, stimulate, like, total conflict, or I'd be in, like, a total, like, depressive spiral. Which I could not. It was really difficult. It was the most formative struggle of that trip, was just how at odds I was with my distractibility. And my kind of, like, just fundamentally unstable, like, neurochemistry. Like, I was just very depressive. Had a hard time focusing on anything. Only times I could were if I were just, like, totally immersed in, like, one I forgot how shitty it felt to not be able to focus. Do you know what I mean? How do I quit vaping? Gradually decrease the nicotine concentration in your vapes until you get to 0 over time. If you go to a local place, you could always talk to the guy behind the counter and ask what's good and listen to them. That's kind of what I mean, dude, I've traveled a good amount and I've always tried new foods as I've gone. But I normally try the food and then I move on from it, you know? And then I find the foods I really enjoy. Mostly like a meat and rice-based dish, and I kind of stick to it. I like how I feel when I have a controlled diet. It's good for my mental health, personally. However, I do love... I mean, I love it all. I do love the idea of exploring new foods. It's just not, like, the de facto attraction for me. I don't care that much about food to begin with. And that's just how I felt through most of my travels thus far, you know. Chile's pretty, man. Food's kind of whatever. But it's just a lot of chicken and french fries. That being said, chicken and potato was kind of like the de facto meal for a lot of South America. Like a broasted chicken. I did that so fucking much, man. That was like a pillar of everything I ate. Potato and roasted chicken, you know? Just like rotisserie chicken, essentially. It was fucking delicious. Fucking delicious. Yeah, the Czech Republic could be a really good spot for us, actually. It's Eastern enough. Yeah, this is the used. This is, I caught fire. Okay. What do we have here on the docket? So I think we kind of have narrowed it down pretty well. Ish, kind of. Let's go with Seoul versus Tokyo travel. And see if we can find like a good resource here. Godly drum and bass culture. Seoul and Tokyo compared. Are Korean girls into foreign guys?
To be best friends like we are.
Coomer clicks?
Japan and South Korea are two incredibly popular Asian countries, both in terms of their pop culture and tourism, but despite that, they have so many differences. Here are the 6 major differences in the daily lives of people in South Korea versus Japan. Work culture. For a long time, South Korea has had a strong hierarchical structure in its profession.
Look, man, I don't think that there's really that much virtue in being constantly, like, honestly, the thought of constantly, like, augmenting what it is I intake is, like, it's dizzying to me. I think that having consistent foods that you select, that you know your body responds well to, that you feel good consuming, and that you look forward to, is such a freedom, you know? The constant deliberation over what to eat is totally nullified. And it's not to say that it's not good to have something that, like, you really crave, but when you really crave it, you can have it, you know? But then you have this, like, you know, essentially, like, structure, these, like, pillars of discipline or of habit that you can fall back on.
Environments built on respect for those in high positions and strict professional dress codes. Most of that still exists, and it certainly won't change easily, but in recent years, millennials have begun to challenge the old ways and have started to bring in a more relaxed attitude towards the working environment, from choosing more casual dress.
It's beneficial to the human organism to constantly change foods because we evolved doing that. I don't know how true that is. I feel like we kind of had, like, really, like, I think that we have an unprecedented degree of variety at present that is in no way, shape, or form reflective of any kind of evolutionary context. I think that we historically have far less options and far more consistent intake.
To leaving corporate jobs in.
Yeah, but randomly is not that random, you know? Like, there's also, like, a pretty core selection of natural, like, you know, fauna and flora that you would probably become accustomed to.
In order to start freelancing. Japan is also a country that takes professionalism very, very seriously, to the point where calling a colleague by his or her first name can be considered rude or even disrespectful if a person holds a higher place in the company. And also, Japanese professionals are expected to go out at night with their colleagues for drinks or food.
Yo,
because
good night,
if
Kari.
they
Take
don't,
care,
they
man.
might actually be fired.
Really? Fuck. I'm not Japanese, no.
Here at Stay Curious, all of our team works remotely from many different continents and countries. So I think of South
I don't want to hear
and
about
Japan.
that.
They seem to be quite strict. Entertainment. Right now, South Korea is absolutely dominating in the field of entertainment. With the rise of K-pop in music, K-dramas on television, and incredible films like Parasite, which became the first non-English language film.
Sorry, guys, I have to respond to this.
Film to win Best Picture.
Your mother is needy.
At the Oscars. South Koreans love to go to the cinema to watch films from all over the world, but they also love to go to concerts, sporting events, and festivals, whether they're modern or traditional. Before South Korean entertainment
Pickle
took over the
Slick,
world,
thank you so much
Japanese
for the sub, man.
entertainment shined
I appreciate
bright,
that a
and
lot.
it still does, being the birthplace of things like Nintendo, manga, and anime, including the incredible Studio Ghibli films. Japanese entertainment has
I'm
certainly
kind of looking
left
for
its
something
mark.
else. I'm looking more for, like, traveling. You know what I mean? Okay, this is what we might need. Being a foreigner in Korea.
So I did the same thing for Tokyo. Now the ghosting is pretty much the same, where everybody's like, yeah, I'm down, let me know when you want to meet. Oh, Wednesday works for me. I do live streams every Friday, and I've done like 8 or 9 so far. And one of my more recent streams, so about anime, and I didn't realize that you guys were interested in Japan. Not saying that anime equates to Japan, but we started talking about anime and Japan.
Well, they are pretty synonymous.
So I could talk to you guys about maybe some of the differences I've noticed between Japan and Korea. Now, full disclaimer, I lived in Korea for over 2 years, but I was only in Japan for a little over a week. So I can't really go too in depth, but I figured this would be like a helpful, hopefully helpful video where I just talk about some of the immediate differences I've noticed like as a foreigner in Japan and in Korea. So if that is something you are interested in, then stay tuned. So first, me and my friend went to Tokyo back in August of 2017, which is like 3 years ago now.
See, I think that those are contacts. I do not like colored lens contacts. Yo, what up, Berries and Scream? Welcome in. I always find them to be freaky.
I know, right? Time flies. So yeah, as a
Like you can tell.
teacher, you only get like a week's vacation per semester. So we took our vacation in August
That or she just has normal
of
contacts.
2017. So the first thing I think I noticed
I don't
is
know.
Japan or Tokyo isn't as English friendly as Korea was. Pretty much
That's a big
everywhere in Korea,
consideration.
even in like the countryside, it had English and Korean, like Hangul writing. In Japan, well, Tokyo specifically, there really wasn't too much of that. It was straight up hiragana, katanaka, and kanji. I'm sure I did not pronounce that right. So I actually had to
challenging.
rely heavily on my friend to get around because she knew a little bit of Japanese.
So we'd be reliant on someone.
Now, as far as getting around goes, in Korea, there's a ton of apps that are translated to English to help you get around that are more reliable.
I didn't notice, but that's because I've never made eye contact with a single woman my whole life.
Than like Google Maps, for example. But we had Google Maps is way better in Tokyo specific. Like the thing though, it was like a thing. The shower was outside. Let me explain. So it was like an apartment complex.
Yeah, this one isn't doing it for me. Let's do Tokyo and Seoul compared.
Thanks to Surfshark VPN for sponsoring this video. Seoul, South Korea, and
Hold on.
Tokyo.
Good comment, maybe? My sleep schedule is fucked, man. Living in both cities, there's some practical differences living in them. Tokyo, pretty quiet at night, really clean in general. One of the cleanest cities I've visited. Many things are detailed, small, cozy, living food designs. Get your real money. Many shops do not accept credit cards. Okay. People are polite, but it might be quite hard to make close friends in Japanese. Okay. Kind of distant. Many paperworks are still analog like fax. Sending letter by post. Changing with COVID. Okay. Noisy at light, many drunks and cars moving, loudest night city. Fun things to do at night even if you don't drink. Many 24-hour facilities like LAN houses, karaoke, spa and dry sauna. That seems fun. Many processes are digital. Incredible delivery system. That's fine. Drinking can make you fast friends. Sure. Most are pretty impatient, which make many services fast, but a bit hard to keep up sometimes. Many car accidents with heavy drinking culture and impatient people. You'd be extra careful driving.
Japan. Not only are they two of the most important cities in Asia, they're two of the most important cities in the world. Both the biggest
These
in
are
their
really
respective
cool, man.
countries, and yeah, both dominate politically, economically, and culturally in their respective countries. It's really hard not to be overshadowed by them. About 25% of all Japanese residents live in the Tokyo metropolitan area. Oh yeah, and that metropolitan area is the largest in the world, with 37.8 million people. So many people. But Seoul has the 5th largest metropolitan area in the world. Look at all those people. Wow. It has a population of around 25.6 million people. And even though it only makes up about 12% of South Korea's total area, it's home to almost half of South Korea's total.
Holy shit. I mean, I guess South Korea is a pretty small country.
Population. Whoa-ness. Both are the capitals of their respective countries. Both are filled with magnificent modern buildings that could easily provide a reliable backdrop for any film set in the near future. Why? Because war networks. Tokyo has the busiest metro system in the world, and Seoul has the 3rd busiest. Tokyo is famous for having so many people packed onto subways during rush hour that they literally have to be pushed onto trains to fit. Yes, pusher is a real
That sounds really fun.
job title. That's a real position. Public transport is cheaper in Seoul. Both are two of the most visited cities in the world. Both have a fairly homogeneous ethnic population. Most Seoulites are Korean, and most Edokos are Yamato Japanese. Now, this is starting to change since the foreign-born population in both cities has steadily increased in recent years. Both have easy access to the Pacific Ocean. Specifically, Seoul is near the Yellow Sea, whereas Tokyo...
A Japanese train pusher? Man, that's what I've been training for. Just to fucking cram as many kind Japanese people into a single car as possible. Just through sheer might. Compress them like sardines.
Tokyo is on Tokyo Bay. Tokyo is also on the Kanto Plain, the largest area of fairly flat land in all of Japan. Still, both cities are near mountains. At least 3 mountains are all within 1 hour driving distance
Cable
from
cars,
Tokyo. And
some
Seoul
gondolas.
is actually bordered by 8 mountains. Mount Fuji, Japan's tallest and most iconic mountain, is sometimes visible from Tokyo.
Fuji's
Tokyo
stunning,
also
man.
has several outlying islands, some of which are over 1,000 miles or 1,600 kilometers away from the city center. Look at that. Tokyo controls all those islands way out in the Pacific Ocean. While earthquakes occur in both cities, Tokyo has plenty more, with it being in the Ring of Fire and all. Speaking of the Ring of Fire, Tokyo is also near volcanoes, including the aforementioned Mount Fuji. Seoul is not. Tokyo gets more precipitation.
Man, they're really hitting their fucking hypochondriac populace right here, man.
Rainfall in both cities is affected by the monsoons, the prevailing winds that bring lots of rain in the summer but dry weather in the winter. However, Seoul has a warm continental climate, whereas Tokyo has a warm oceanic climate. It gets much colder in Seoul in the winter, and it gets a lot more snow.
Seoul might be it for me then.
Seoul has more sunny days than Tokyo. Residents of both have access to universal health care. Both have hosted the Olympics. Well, Tokyo was supposed to host in 1940, but it got canceled. But then it hosted in 1964, and it's hosting next year. Seoul has hosted just once, but Seoul has hosted the FIFA World Cup.
Hey
and
man,
Tokyo has
hosting
not.
alone
Both
is
have
pretty
a
big.
bike-sharing system. Both do not have laws against drinking alcohol in public. Both have a stock
Perfect
exchange.
for me.
The two are about 1,152 kilometers or 716 miles apart, or about a 2-hour flight. Seoul is much older than Tokyo, a lot older. The earliest settlers of what would become Seoul got there around 18
I guess that's
BC.
true, because then that's
Tokyo,
like the actual like land bridge that connected the two. They would have logically had to have started there.
Used to be called Edo, didn't come around until almost 1,500 years later. It began as a small
I would love to
fishing
stay for a
village
few
around
months, but I don't know if I'd be able
1457.
to.
By that time, Seoul was the capital
Just
of the
because, like, you know, I need to stay in touch with my home here and streaming and hanging, and I'd miss my friends pretty quickly, I think.
Kingdom of Great Joseon, which comprised of the entire Korean peninsula. In the 1500s.
Oh, I would end up doing both. I think I would do one more in the summer and then another again closer to Christmas.
Edo steadily grew due to having a natural geographic advantage compared with other Japanese villages. Probably due to this, Tokugawa Ieyasu, the first shogun and founder of the Tokugawa shogunate government in Japan, chose Edo to be the capital and relocated there. During the Tokugawa period, from 1603 to 1868, Edo grew quite a
Japan
bit,
is so
despite
stunning, man.
major setbacks like the Great Fire of Meriki of January 1657, which destroyed most of the city. Still, by 1721, Edo had become the world's largest city with an estimated 1.1 million people. Meanwhile, Seoul had all...
God, man. Can you imagine just how valuable maps were then? Like, what a premium that was, and you had to, like, handcraft a fucking map. Like, just the power that you'd wield in having a map at all that was to scale, that you could understand.
also grown. During the Joseon dynasty, it was called Hanyang and later Hanseong. In 1868, the imperial army took over Edo and ended the Tokugawa government. The violence surrounding this took a big toll, and hundreds of thousands fled the city. Once in control, the imperial army renamed Edo Tokyo, which meant, quote, the eastern capital, and put 16-year-old Emperor Meiji in charge. This was called the Meiji Restoration, and during what became known as the Meiji era, Tokyo modernized, ending its isolation with the rest of the world and quickly industrializing. Not long after this, the same thing happened in Seoul. After hundreds of years in isolation under the Joseon dynasty, Seoul opened its arms to foreigners and also began to modernize and industrialize. Seoul was the first East Asian city to have electricity, but then in 1910, the Empire of Japan took over the Korean Empire, and just like that, Tokyo ruled over Seoul, but kept Seoul as its new colony's capital. While under colonial rule, the Japanese called Seoul Keijo. On September 1st, 1923, a devastating earthquake killed up to 3% of Tokyo's population and left an additional 2 million Tokyo residents homeless. It destroyed around 75% of all buildings in Tokyo. Due to racism, angry survivors took revenge on Koreans who lived in the city, killing several thousand. Eventually, Tokyo rebuilt completely, building much stronger and more modern buildings, only to be firebombed by the United States Army Air Force over and over during World War II. Throughout the later stages of the war, most of eastern Tokyo
and they had a really big firebomb, you know.
Tokyo was on fire. The air raids killed an estimated 100,000 Tokyo residents and destroyed about a quarter of all buildings.
Well, I mean, hentai largely predates the carpet bombing. Hentai is... No, I don't want to say ancient. It's not ancient, but it's fucking old.
In Tokyo at the time. After Japan surrendered, the Allies liberated Korea, and only then did Seoul...
I didn't realize that the liberation was a part of like, the actual treaties and processes following World War II. I didn't realize that Korea was under Japanese control for that long.
Its current name. Seoul literally means
It goes to show how little I know about
Korea
East
soon
Asian
split into two, however, and Seoul became the capital of the Republic of Korea, aka South Korea, in 1948. During the Korean War, which began 2 years later, Seoul was controlled by both North Korea...
Man, I bet it would be so fucking captivating to go to North Korea and just witness it in real time, how it is.
...and South Korea, changing hands 4 times. The Korean War devastated the city, leaving most of it in ruins. Hundreds of thousands of refugees from North Korea also fled to Seoul, causing a homelessness crisis there. A big reason why the refugees went to Seoul is because Seoul was, and still is, just 35 miles from the DMZ, or Demilitarized Zone, the heavily fortified strip of land between North Korea and South Korea set up at the end of the war. Even today, Seoulites know that if North Korea ever were to attack again, they'd be the first target. Strangely enough, most of them don't really seem... It was a major part of the Japanese that runs New York City. Seoul has much younger residents on average. While the majority of residents in both cities are not religious, percent more expensive than in Seoul. On average, Tokyo has less pollution. While both are two of the safest megacities in the world, Tokyo has less crime, and while both have heavy traffic, Tokyo has slightly less traffic. While Tokyo is known for electronic device manufacturing, major industries there also include financial services, publishing, transportation, and retail. Major industries in Seoul
One
also
reason Japan is so advanced versus others
is
war drives innovation, and they were nuked 60 years ago and had to restart from scratch. I don't think it's so much that war drives innovation. I think that, like, it's that in the presence of existential threat, people will funnel all their resources into ensuring that they are above said threat. I think it's just really disingenuous to say that it's like what drives innovation. I think a lot of innovation centers around war because we prioritize readiness for war and our response to war, you know? But that's just a matter of how it is we prioritize our sort of like endowments infrastructurally and you know, politically.
and transportation, but also telecommunications and chemicals. Tokyo is home to the headquarters of more large companies than Seoul. Well, with 613 large companies based there, it has more head possibly ever want. Seoul is the birthplace
I am a Samsung Odyssey partner. I might have to go to fucking Seoul then, you know?
of both K-pop, or Korean pop music, and K-dramas, or...
Actually, people absolutely get crafty when they're comfy. In fact, a great deal of look at what the Renaissance was. The Renaissance was in no way, shape, or form a response to darkness. In fact, that's what we call the Dark Ages. Like so much of contentment and the capacity to create and explore and imagine and endeavor comes from comfort. That's
Korean
really
dramas,
disingenuous.
which have been hugely influential around the world. Yep.
That's when we make processes like hyper efficient, when we optimize.
Seoul is single-handedly responsible for what's known as the Korean Wave, or the increase in the global popularity of South Korean culture ever since the 1990s. Tokyo is the birthplace of both anime, the hugely influential style of Japanese film and TV animations, and manga, the hugely influential style of Japanese comic books and graphic novels. Tokyo famously is the place where otakus gather. Otaku is kind of a negative thing journalists call young folks who are obsessed with superficial things like video games and, of course, anime and manga, to a point where...
Techie outraged right now. This dude just called everything about his life superficial. Just debased the entirety of Tectone's existence.
It hurts their social lives. Tokyo might just be the biggest consumer paradise in the world. Anything you want, you can find in Tokyo. Tokyo has the tallest tower in the world. The Tokyo Skytree is the second tallest structure in the world after the Burj Khalifa. But Seoul has the 5th tallest building in the world, the Lotte World Tower. Major attractions in Tokyo also include the Tokyo Tower, the Akihabara Shopping District, the Ginza Shopping District, the Imperial Palace, the Meiji Shrine, and Sensoji, Tokyo's oldest temple. When most people think of Tokyo, one of the first things that probably comes to mind is Shibuya, the famous commercial and business district that features the famous Scramble Crossing, as seen in films like Lost in Translation. The Shibuya Crossing is the busiest
One of my favorite
pedestrian
films.
crossing in the world. Major attractions in Seoul include Gyeongbokgung Palace, Changgyeokgung Palace, Bukchon Hanok.
Yeah, I highly advise. Lost in Translation was, I mean, I don't know how well it's aged, but it's like a total, like, you know... It is one of the most grounded human like treatises on connection, and in many ways like the reason why not only do we like it's kind of like the minutia of human connection. It's like a story of not necessarily like climax. It's just so deeply grounded, you know. It's about how so much of it's like watching two people, I guess, like in a world in which they fail to communicate with those around them, find an individual with whom they can, and like, you know, these like small exchanges and niceties and kindnesses that kind of create true connection. I mean, like, it's not built on some kind of grand prevailing narrative of togetherness. It's about how simple and compelling, you know, the adventure of getting to know someone can be in the absence of grand adventure altogether.
Village, Myeongdong Shopping Street, and Namsan Park, which is on Namsan Mountain and has the Namsan Seoul Tower. And don't forget the Gangnam District, made famous by this really obscure song. 3.4 billion views? Not bad.
Jesus.
Seoul is arguably the plastic surgery capital of the world. Indeed, many Seoul residents seem obsessed with appearance. And yep, Seoul is also K-Beauty Central, globally known for its skincare products. Tokyo is way less conformist than Seoul. More Tokyo residents do their
I would ask, Tectone can come with me. Be fun to have a friend.
own thing and have their own unique style. Tokyo is where Japanese street fashion thrives. It's not only known for its wide variety of fashion, but
Tokyo
often
fashion's
extreme
really
and
captivating.
over-the-top fashion styles. Tokyo is far superior when it comes to vending machines. They are everywhere.
I was
and they
wondering.
sell just about anything. I mean, look at those. Holy crap. Cities have ridiculously fast internet. Tokyo has near Seoul is often rated as the best airport in the world. Both Seoul and Tokyo are known for their cherry blossom festivals, cuddle cafes, or places you can go to pay someone to cuddle with you are big in Tokyo. Tokyo also is known for its very tiny apartments, as small, quote, rooms. Okay, this one is an opinion. I think Seoul has more exciting architecture. Look no further than the Dongdaemun Design Plaza. Reputation as a more serious, hard-working city compared with the party-like atmosphere of Tokyo, but don't get me wrong, they still party hard on the weekends in Seoul.
I feel like Seoul is known for its like robust drinking culture in ways that like I don't know if Tokyo is. I'm sure it is in some
The more you get ever lucky enough to visit either city, be sure to spend at least a week or two in each. And if
oh man, more. All right, guys. Hey, I'm gonna rate Grayson. I'm pretty tired. I gotta cook. And hopefully get to bed so I don't continue to fucking ruin my sleep schedule forever. Guys, I love you all. Thank you for a fun stream. Thank you for hanging out with me. Go see Grayson. Go tell him he's beautiful. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Be good. I'll see you soon. Have fun. Mwah, mwah.